All right, welcome to TLA 2025. Super excited. I'm going to give you a brief history lesson on right before I started and up till now. Okay. So the 2005 was a global economy surge. You guys were barely born at that point. Negative 2 years old. Okay. And I want to tell you that back then, housing market was hot. This is pre-2008 when the bubble burst. And in Vector, things absolutely exploded. So when the economy is up, I want you to think from a management perspective, okay? I want you to think from the lens of job security. When the economy is booming, what typically happens in a recruiting business? Recruiting is low, sales are high. Okay. Now, that caused some massive growth. We were a $50 million company back in the early 2000s. I would jot that down in your notes. And then right before Andy Noggle started selling Cutco, 2008 happened, which was, if you've ever watched, there's a movie that they made about it, where they bet against the housing market, the bubble, right? Which is, I think, how many of you were born in 2008? Santi, hey, it does. I like it. So that was the financial crash, right? The housing bubble burst, the economy collapsed, the government had to prop up a bunch of big businesses. It was a big hole to do. And because the economy had collapsed, the job market collapsed. Now, think from a job security standpoint, how were our Vector managers feeling, do you think? Phenomenal, because when the economy tanked and the job market was horrible, unemployment was an all-time high. People were looking for what? Jobs. So from a Cutco management perspective, if a ton of people are applying, we have a lot of recruits and we sell more. So before the crash, early 2000s, the economy was booming and our reps had a lot of success. Everyone was buying left and right. Okay. The economy tanked. We had more recruits. And from a lens of the district manager, division manager, branch manager position, when you have a lot of reps on the team, you're insulated from the job market. You're insulated from the economy. Does that make sense? So in 2010, we were about $100 million company. Between 2008 and 2010, that was the introduction of what we call now the PR program. That was created by Matt King, Trey Ketchum, all Eastern region greats. And I remember the vibes in 2010 when I started. There was, we have this meeting coming up, SLC. Our managers are going to San Diego for our national. It's like our SC2, basically. And I remember this story about the Eastern region managers. They were there, they were out late, and somebody from like West Coast was like, not picking on, but like picking at one of the district managers, and all the other district managers came in like, hey, don't mess with him. He's one of our district managers, the Eastern region, right? It was like a, they were tight and everyone was shipping. That was back when Brian Hurlman was pumping out about a $2 million in South Charlotte. It's back when Kathy Vasquez was doing $3 million out of the Miami pilot. Wasn't even a pilot at that point, but she was shipping like a division manager. She was a district manager at the time. Matt King was pumping out massive new business. We had so many district managers doing like 1 to 2 million because we had a lot of team. Like we had a big team. Everyone was selling. Our office is just like the PR program was humming. Everyone needed jobs. So I started in 2010, right around when the company was doing about 100 million, about 150 million at that point. And in the 2010s, the economy had this really long period of like rebound and recovery and growth. And so I got to watch kind of a couple iterations of vector marketing take place. Right when I started, you guys don't know this, but there was a PR program back in the day. If you got a PR in the team, you got 3% of their sales. Okay. Which now we don't do that, obviously, for pretty clear reasons of the negative connotation of, how that would look. But we stopped, and what we found is we just didn't need to do it anymore, right? We would still get the PR program going without having to compensate the reps. And so we could spend more money on infrastructure in the offices. So the PR program, PR callers, a better office, more prizes, trips. They didn't really have the PR trip like we have now. And when I started, I remember in training, we had the sample program. Okay, this is something that you guys probably haven't even heard of. The sample program, when I started, on day 2 out of the 3 days of training, you had to bring $150 in as a deposit to get your sample kit. So we would give the manager $150, check, cash, whatever, pre-Venmo, and the company would give us a sample kit. Now, it was a deposit, so when we returned the sample kit in good standing, we got the money back. I kept mine. I lost my $150. Pretty good investment, I would say. That went away in 2011, right before I ran my branch office. So we switched from the sample program to the free loaner program is what we call it now. And in, let's see, 2013, we had, there's always stuff that just happens in any business. Things go crazy. I'm gonna reference COVID here in a minute, but let me get there first. In 2013, the letters that we send out in the mail, who got a letter in the mail? Nice. Okay, cool. So in 2013, there's this thing called Facebook. Do you guys know what Facebook is? Cool. No Snapchat, no Tinder, just old Facebook was the thing, right? And some lady in Northeast posted on Facebook a picture of the Cutco letter and said, beware, don't go to the interview. It's a human trafficking ring. They'll drug you, they'll put you in a basement, blah, 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 blah. That went viral before viral was a thing. And it made recruiting really, really difficult in a pretty recruiting friendly period of time. Now, our offices that had a great PR program were insulated. That didn't affect them. They didn't even hear about it in most cases. They would still pump out massive amount of business. And if you think about it, like sketchy letter in the mail versus, hey, Taya, like I work here, I made $1,000 last week. Do you want an interview? That works really well. There's the trust factor. So that kind of changed things. Company got involved, legal stuff, cease and desist letters. 2013, 2014, 2015, it was still kind of there. Then we introduced OCPs, which are off-campus posters. They're the road signs. They're bright yellow. They had the phone number on it. We started recruiting that way. Then we started introducing social media. 2018 was a big year for us with Cutco. 2019 was a great year. 2019 was my first $1 million year. We did 996. 2020, here's what you don't know about me in the Virginia Titan division. In 2020, I had this guy named Alex Sylvester, young buck, recruited him from Norfolk State, Lake Taylor. And Alex was my head assistant manager. Alex and I ran the office in Virginia Beach together. That kid was an animal when he was a brand new rep. So good. And we would spend, anytime there was a recruiting contest, Alex and I would be at my house late at night watching a movie, putting in PRs. We'd put in like 80 PRs and have to enter them into the system and get things rolling. And I remember in March, let's go back to February of 2020, we were doing a crazy amount of business. Like we got into this PR chain of an SMRA chain of kids from Cox High School, First Colonial High School, and Kempsville, Kellam, and Ocean Lakes. We were deep in Ocean Lakes, which is all of my best schools in Virginia Beach. And Alex and I were recruiting 10K fast starter after 10K fast starter after 10K fast starter. It all started from this kid named Nick that we got on the team. His parents own Hunt Club Farms. So if you're Virginia Beach, you know where that is. And so we were doing like 20, 30K in new business during the spring, which is not normal. Okay. And I was about to leave for my trip to Paris, the national trip. And in April, we set the new business national record. That record's not going anywhere for a long time. We did 121,000 in new business for the month. I want you to write that down. That's a national record, 121,000 April, new business. Now, another thing you need to know is Zach was also performing really well at that point, and Zach was just behind me on my tail. He was in Chesapeake, okay, 2 large markets. Zach, I think, did 90,000, so he broke the record. I set the record. We were about 30K ahead of him. And the previous record was about 60K. So Zach and I were both doing really, really well at that point in time. I left for Paris March 3rd-ish of 2020. And I'm not paying attention to the news, but my wife is like always on the socials, and she's like, there's this like virus in China. And like, so we're in Paris, things start getting shut down. We're doing 40K in new. And I remember I come back from Paris with a cold, and I'm running training, and I'm just like, hey, welcome to training. Like, I was probably patient zero in Virginia Beach. And I remember the governor was like trying to shut everything down. I'm like, dude, there's no way. Like, we're rolling right now. We've got this deep team. Like, if we shut down, we're screwed. Cutco is a people business. It's in person. You have to hold the product. Virtual demos suck. This is going to ruin everything for everybody. So there's mass panic in Vector because it completely shifts what our reality is, which is an in-person business. You run an in-person interview, you run an in-person pre-screen, an in-person post, and then kids come back to the office for day 1 of training. And then like that's our business. You know, so if we shut down and we go virtual, we go to this Zoom thing or Skype or whatever, you know, it wasn't Google Meet at that point, I don't think. It's like, what's going to happen? So I'm extending this as long until the cops come and shut me down. I'm in person. I was one of the last people in person because if you think about it, like, it's my livelihood, right? So if we get shut down, like, we're screwed, you know? So, anyways, we switched, and I was like, all right, cool. We're going to switch to the Zoom thing. And I remember a couple managers created this virtual demo. It's viewcutco.com. Looks like a 4th grader built it. So I was like, screw it, I'm going to build my own website. So Cutco VA, I built that. And I thought it looked pretty good. So I was like, all right, cool. Like, we're good. And in sales, sometimes you just have to like roll with the punches, you know? Things happen, you can't control it. They're out of your control. And you have to think on your feet. You have to act on your own. You have to just figure it out, right? And so I told the team, like, hey, come to the team meeting. It's going to be in person. I'm going to teach you this real cool new program that we've got. It's called the virtual demo. It kicks ass. It's gonna combat all of the, you know, issues with COVID and getting shut down. And I started spinning. I would jot down the word spin. I started spinning the best direction. And as the leader in my office and one of the leaders in the division, it's like, hey, we're going to roll with this program. You need to be on board. And I started selling it hard. Okay. It's kind of like how I sell the bus. Remember the bus for SC2? I was like, it's the magic bus, right? Dude, it's so fun. Like, you're going to love it. Like, why are you flying, Andy? It's like, well, you know, just, I got to go up early. So next year I need your help spinning the bus. Same thing for VCAs. It's a fun time, bonding, right? Did you guys like the bus?
Yeah, great.
Yeah, okay, it's fine. It's all right. It's a tour bus. Okay. Should have been on the one last year, the one that got the tire blown off. So we got everyone on board. We had a great March. And with COVID shutting everything down, all the jobs shut down. And in Virginia Beach is a very heavy, you either lifeguard or you work on oceanfront or you work at a restaurant. Those are like the cool jobs, okay? And since those all got shut down, man, everyone started like, we need a job, we're gonna work, blah, blah, blah. So we had, during 2020, we didn't have a single week, we might have had one under 10K in new business. Under 10, okay? Nick, think about that. We had like 1 week under 10K. I remember running trainings on Zoom with like 40, 50 people on Zoom in training. We were recruiting everybody and their mother. It was insane. So we ended up setting the September national record too. We did over 90,000 for September. That one's also not going anywhere. No one's going to touch that for a long time. So 2020, we did like 1.5 mil. That was my biggest year during what most people would say was an economic like screw up for everyone else. People lost their livelihoods, people lost their businesses, people lost their restaurants, people got, fired. There's mass layoffs. And for us, during a crazy time, I'm so thankful that we're protected. We're insulated from the economy. It doesn't matter what the economy does. If it goes up, if it goes down, if the job market goes crazy, if we go to war, like we're good. So where am I going with this? Right, today, we're getting into a little bit more, I think the vibe of 2025, 2024, the vibe of 2026 is going to be very AI heavy, probably crypto focused. There's still a lot of influencers pumping things into the economy. And I think there's going to be a general distrust of those get rich quick, flashy. If I look at your generation, everybody at Radford's like, I'm going to be a millionaire. I want to get into real estate. I want to do consulting. I want to own a Ferrari. I'm going to have a yacht one day, blah, blah, blah. They don't know how to get there. So there's going to be this giant skill gap. And I think we're still going to be dealing with the next year or two, the skill gap that COVID really messed with the social skills of your generation. So that puts you all at an advantage. Where am I going with that? The advantage that you have is, one, you have a stable future in vector marketing and Cutco, something that's going to provide you a lot of skills. There's jobs that will always be around. Kristen's going to be fine. She's going to go into law. Law is not going anywhere. AI is not going to take over law. But graphic design, computer science, IT, there's probably a couple others that are going to kind of go by the wayside, and people are going to be jobless and or in school or having gone to school and have no future in that future of school. Does that make sense? So I think we're set up for a really exciting next 3 to 5 years in vector marketing. We're messing with AI finally. The company, gosh, we've been complaining for a while. The company is like so behind on social media that they just started pumping money into it in like 2023. We missed the boat for sure. We've got this social media program. Everyone's copying us. We have to combat with, the roofing guys, the pest control guys, the security guys, all trying to poach our people with our programs through our Facebooks and Instagrams. Like they're just going on and adding people and messaging them and like shitting on us to be able to recruit people, which isn't the right way to do it. It's not how you're gonna recruit people. But I think we're set up for a really strong future, and that's going to be echoed at SLC for us. We are going through some changes corporately, which are really exciting. I can't shed some light on that yet, but as far as our corporate structure, with our two president situation and our RMs, and there's gonna be a lot of exciting things coming down the pipeline. Anytime there's change, typically what happens is they strengthen the core. Okay, what's the core? The core is our division managers, and the core is our district manager opportunity. And so if they strengthen the core, that means more pay, that means more programs, that means they invest more money into infrastructure, that means it gets easier for our newly promoted district managers, for our vet district managers. They do cool programs, they do cooler trips. And so with where we're at today, I want to let you know, and I want you to jot down in your notes, that the game hasn't changed. The game hasn't changed. What do we do? What's our job? You guys sell knives. What do our managers do? We recruit people. Who are the people that we recruit? Mm-hmm. College and high school. Has that changed? That hasn't changed since we started the company. That's what we founded on. This is a people business at its core. And what's wild is there's still offices and managers still doing virtual programs, like fully virtual. This is a people business. Can you do people in a virtual environment? No, you can't. So it takes the people part out, right? How do you think those managers are doing? Not that good, right? And the ones that are committed to in-person are thriving. They're doing great. The ones that are committed to playing the game the right way are thriving. The ones that deviate from the game or try and change the game aren't thriving. So what does change, though, it's not the game, the rules change. The players change. Yeah, I think way back in the day, way before I started, you know how they used to do phone jams? They'd get white tables and they put them up against the walls, and they had like 40 landlines in the office. And you would sit down and you'd pair up and you'd make a call, another call, another call, another call, another call, and then switch, another call. So you do 5 call switch, 5 call switch, 5 call switch, 5 call switch from landlines. People used to be excited to pick up their landline. Now people don't pick up the phone, they text. So the game hasn't changed, the rules have changed. And I think when you understand that, we've had to adapt to all of these different strategies to deal with the rule changes. There's going to be a new iPhone update coming up that's going to probably mess with our ability to book demos and recruit students. We've got to figure that out. What's up, Steph? How are you? Limping? Me too. I broke my toe the other day. Hey, late at night, early in the morning, 2 this morning. Cool. Not doing your laundry or getting food in the kitchen? No, okay. Something like that. So the rules change, and that's what I love about the business. I love playing the game. That's what's kept me around for 15, 16 years is the game. It's competitive. It's fun. There's variety. It changes. You're forced to adapt. Maybe it's my innovator talking. You guys are going to learn what innovator is today. But regardless of who the players are, what the rules are, I love the game and I love the people that we work with. We've got a great division. We've got a great future. It's always been a people business. So don't forget that. As we go through TLA, one of the objectives of TLA is for you to really identify who you are within the constructs of the game and who you're best at working with through the construct of the game. Yeah, I'll tell you there's some constants though. Here's what needs to happen. So Charlie, you're good right here. Right there. Since it's a people business, you need to be gritty. Okay, that's one of the constants that I see with our district managers that are successful is they have grit. That was our theme last year. This year's grind, but they have grit. You need follow through. You need mental toughness. You need the ability to think for yourself. And you also need to be able to take initiative. So in figuring out who you are and developing who you are as a person, that's what TLA is going to do. Think about the baby that we just had and all the ups and downs and all the craziness and the black hole that's a brand new baby. It takes 9 months to make a baby. It takes 8 months to get you through TLA. So I'm going to walk you through the process real quick.
And if there's 2 people on Zoom, they need 11.
Oh, okay. Got it.
You're good.
Go. What up, Charlie? So if you go to your first page, the rep to manager timeline, maybe jot down some notes. You got one. I'll walk you through this process because you're literally going to blink and it's going to be May. It goes quick. So August was about finishing the summer strong and getting into TLA. Guys are here. You made it. September, which is right about now, the goal is for you to have $500 saved in your management holdings. Really learn PRs. Graham made a face. He's got like 6 grand saved. He's like, that's it? That's it? More is better, Graham. That's a good thing. PRs, the interview, and PDI. I'll give you some basics. Now, these are Cutco management training skills. They apply to everything. Okay. The stuff you're going to learn is going to help you in law. Stuff you're going to learn is going to help you in history, teaching, math, whatever you choose to do in the future. October is going to be vector live stats. You guys need to learn how to run a business from a stats perspective. You're going to learn day 1 and observe day 2. Day 1 of training, day 2 of training. Going to learn day 1, observe day 2 of training. This is October. In November, you're going to learn something called KRAs. Does anyone know what KRAs mean?
Yeah.
Kyle does. These are key result areas. You're going to learn the admin stuff in November. And then we're going to do a deep dive on Web PDI, which is what's called a CRM. It's basically how you manage your customers. Who are our customers from a manager perspective? Reps, right? In December, we're doing something called the Big Dance. That's what we call it in Virginia. It's our big training seminar. Isn't that a sports thing? The Big Dance?
It's all like whatever, they call the Rose Bowl, wait, no.
They call the Rose Bowl the Rose Bowl.
I don't think North Madness.
Is it?
Is it?
Ticket to the Big Dance.
Take it to the Big Dance. All right, cool.
Oh,
Perfect. So, Big Dance prep. You're going to get heavy observation when you're on break. And we're going to be heavily on campus. Heavy observation, heavy campus. In January, what happens in January? You got to win a trip. Okay. I am expecting all of you to win the trip. I'm guessing, just gonna throw it out there, Montego Bay, Jamaica. I'm guessing. I've been right so far.
All of your guesses.
I think it's Bahamas, actually.
Zach might be right.
Either one's pretty close.
Atlantis, Bahamas.
Bahama.
So fun. Yep. Cisco likes that one. In January, you're also going to find out what your territory is. Those of you that are on pace for management. Branch, district, AM, going to find out where you're going. And at that point, we are locked in. That is your territory. You have earned it. And we're going to start the ball rolling for advertising, for spending money on your behalf, for mailers, getting zip codes, figuring out exactly where you're going office-wise for those of you that are on pace for that. In February, okay, we're going to start making your territory SMRA list. Need a pretty big withholdings focus in February. I'm going to send out checkpoints, money-wise, how much you need to have saved. You want as much as possible, but there's going to be checkpoints like minimums to be able to go out as a branch or a district manager that you're going to want to have saved. So I'll send those out, but you want to have pretty heavy withholdings in February. January is going to help out with that. Oh, November, we forgot Olean. Yeah, buddy. So you guys will all be going to Olean. So February SMRA list with holdings. We also need to add advanced training 1, so AT1 in February. So you're going to learn advanced training. In March, we've got, now that you have your SMRA list, we need to start your rep list. It'll be a little bit smaller. And you guys are going to learn assistant manager management, how to build like a key staff, how to build an assistant manager staff. Mikhail, was it more fun having assistant managers this summer?
Yeah.
Yep. So his second branch, he had assistant managers helping him out. So assistant manager management. In April, you're going to want to get 2 or 3 committed SMRAs for your territory. And that can be as simple as like Graham, for example, getting your girlfriend committed, like, hey, can I use your account to recruit from? Right? She's going to be able to pull a lot more people than your account. So SMRA is confirmed. April is preseason. So anything you can get done in April for your branch or district is positive. I'll give you a quick example. Vicky and I in the pilot, we started all of our SMRA stuff April 1st. And then everybody else, Zach, you started maybe April 15th. And I think most of our managers started April 15th, but didn't get it rolling until like May 15th. So the fact that we started earlier, we popped earlier. And it's more expensive to start earlier. I have the funds to be able to do that on the pilot. I'm supposed to be, starting everything, but, in my opinion, the earlier you can get started in preseason, the better. The more repetitions you can get, the better. So May, guess what we're going to do in May? Recruit. Guess what we're going to do in June? Recruit. And the first week or 2 in July, you're going to also do what? Recruit. And then sell for SC2. And then in August, our district managers prep for the fall. We've got our tour. Our branch managers sell at flat 50. So good. And then it's all about finishing strong. So that's kind of the timeline. And the fall is for training everybody, right? The fall is for training everybody on the basic manager skills, management training, which is relevant in any field. TLA is about managing yourself, managing other people, managing your time, managing your money, managing your energy. And so we've got a couple topics that are Cutco related today. Some of them are like personal, like you related today. I mentioned everybody goes to Olean in November, regardless of where you're at. Olean, by the way, you can start signing up for Olean. Okay, just to cover charges with you, some basics. Usually the price to go to Olean is about $1,200. That covers the flight to Buffalo. That covers the bus to and from, the bus to and from. That covers a hotel in Niagara at the Falls. That covers dinner. That covers breakfast. That covers lunch. That covers dinner. That covers breakfast. That covers lunch. And then another lunch and another breakfast. That covers your flight back. That covers your trip to Olean. That covers the expense to get people in Olean to do all that stuff. That covers the banquet that we have at the library in Olean. That covers some swag. That covers, I think that's it. And it covers your ability to go to Niagara Falls for the night, which is a blast. That's a good time. So instead of paying for the event itself, you have from now until January, what's the date, Zach? 15th-ish. You have now until January 15th to sell your Olean homemaker. You can do an Olean homemaker. It's an Olean homemaker. You need to submit it as an Olean homemaker in Vector Connect. And you can give full bonus points, everything. You can give the kitchen tools and the super shears. Basically, you sacrifice the commission, which for you would be what, $300?
Yeah.
Ish. And if it's a full discount, it's probably more like $250-ish. And then sacrificing that pays for your entire trip. Or you can pay for the trip at $1,200.
Or just sell a home.
Or just sell homemaker. That'd be better. So if you start the charges now, here's what I can tell you. It's like $40 a week. So as far as the spring goes, we're going to separate into two groups, more of the non-management track or the basic management track with like assistant managers, and then the managers that are going out. We'll have a pretty intensive, like getting you ready for the summertime. In terms of earning your territories, okay? Here's what I'm going to be grading on. You may want to put this on the back of the rep to manager timeline or one of the back pages. We have something called a matrix score. Okay, your matrix score is what Zach and I are going to be using to determine territory. So Taya, if you really want Roanoke, Virginia, and so does Nick, and Nick's matrix score is higher, Nick gets the territory of his preference, and you get your second choice, assuming that someone else isn't higher than you. Does that make sense? So matrix score is based on a couple things. Number one is your withholdings. Okay, somebody who has more withholdings, I know I can put them in a more expensive territory. They can afford it. That's going to cover your living expenses. Okay, that's going to cover your food. You can also, if you have extra withholdings, you can pump more money into mailers, which is what I did when I was a branch manager. I put, I think, 2 or 3 grand into mailers so I would have more advertising so I could recruit more people. You don't have to, it's your money, it's for your living expenses, but it's a savings account for you to be able to. Does that make sense? Cool. So withholdings, that's going to be on a 1 to 5 scale. The second one is going to be based on manager skill observation, which is what you've watched. That's going to be on a scale of 1 to 10, or 1 to 5, excuse me. So that's skill observation. The third one is personal sales on a scale of 1 to 5. It's going to be in increments of 20K, so 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. Fourth category is your SLC and Olean push performance. Scale of 1 to 5. I'm going to be looking at effort and sales. Next category is your intangibles. Someone tell me what intangibles are.
Likability or smile.
Likability, your smile, Graham. Likability, aura, is that what you guys call it? Yeah. How you carry yourself, how others feel about you, the respect and division, leadership qualities, right? Anything you can do to identify yourself as a leader in the organization. Work around the office, that stuff. Then we've got advertising effort, scale of 1 to 5. And the last one is manager skills, which is what have you done? So remember Alex Sylvester asked me, all right, cool, what are all the skills that I need to learn? And we made this big checklist, and every time he checked one off, he's like, all right, what's next? Cool, what's next? Cool, what's next? Now you might be in a situation where you have a manager who hasn't let you do a lot of stuff. So in that case, like Alex is always like, hey, what else can I do? He like forced my hand to let him do stuff when he was ready. So being able to do that, just go up to your manager and say, hey, like, what else can I do? What's next? What can I learn? Now, you guys are going to learn a lot in TLA. One of the things you're going to hear me repeat, and eventually you're going to be able to repeat back to me, but there's 4 things that you need to do to be a successful Cutco manager. Number 1, in order of kind of event timing when things happen, would be mastering SMRA and pay to post. Once you do that and get people in the door, It's about your PR game. So that'd be your PR collection from training. That would be your team builder and replicating your reps, being able to build a big team. Okay. St. Chris is a great example. If Zach had all St. Chris kids on the team, there's only St. Chris. What happens when camp happens? No more team, right? Everybody goes to run camp. And then Zach's sales report goes from like 15K to 0. So
Zero.
you want to have, well, not 0, but you want to have a lot of people on the team, but you want to be able to kind of diversify. The third thing would be training and your first 10-day management. Second one's PRs and replication. Third one is training and first 10-day management. So that's launching them, getting them to do demos, getting them back to advanced training, getting the team meeting. And once you have a team, you got to master creating demos. That comes from PDI and events. If you get good at those 4 things, be a great manager. Now, along with that timeline, I want to make it clear that there will be challenges this fall and spring. There's going to be mental challenges. There's going to be personal challenges. Things are going to happen. Things pop up. Deaths in the family. Grades don't go the way you want. Parents, you're going to have all kinds of things pulling at you during the school year. Grades are the most important. And in the vector world, your preparation is the most important, right? So you've got to balance those things. Keep in mind that your parents probably don't really understand why there's an 8-month TLA program. They don't understand what that even is, why you're even driving to Richmond on a Friday and maybe missing class. I can tell you from having done it the last 15 years, there's always an answer. There's always a way to get something done. You can make it happen. Your lack of preparation does not constitute an emergency on my part. We have this planned. You have the curriculum. You have the dates. You know when they are. You know when Olean is. You know when we'll be in Richmond. You know when you need to be in Richmond. And so to me, there's no like, oh, I have this exam that I forgot about. That's a you problem, right? As Alex says, that's an issue, not an ish me. Okay. So there's these things at the beginning of the semester that they give you. They're called a syllabus. And your teacher also probably feels the same way, where it's like, oh, we had an exam today. It's like, yeah. Remember that first day of school when I gave you a sheet that said when the exams are? Okay. So keep your eyes on the prize. They don't see what you see. Okay. They're not here. They don't have the same excitement that you do. And I want you to also understand that your excitement is going to go up and down as you go through the process. When things get harder, your excitement goes down. If you're not consistently selling and you're more broke, mentally that gets tougher. Does that make sense? Think about it during the week as a sales rep this summer. You have 3 bad days and you're like, man, I need to quit. I need to like DoorDash or something. And then the 4th day you sell an ultimate set and you're like, man, I could be the president. This is great. Okay. So what I want to tell you, and I'm going to wrap up with the same kind of similar statements. As you're going through TLA, I want you to focus on your commitment, what you said you were going to do, your follow through, and don't act on your feelings. Don't feel your way into things. I'm going to teach you a little something. I'm going to draw something on the board. My favorite thing to draw. Some of you have probably seen this before. I've probably done this as a maybe a one-on-one workshop with you. What does this look like?
An elephant?
Yeah, there's his trunk.
Oh.
That's good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. So again,
Sure.
the body.
Oh,
Oh.
that's definitely not an elephant.
That's his tail.
Sorry.
I can draw a lot better than this, I promise.
Where's your artist, Andrew?
Oh, well, not today, apparently. Okay, all right. Regardless of how bad this looks. There's a little guy on top, and he is driving the elephant, okay? Driving the elephant. Now, so the elephant is emotion, and the little man on top or little woman on top is logic, okay? Let me bring this a little closer for those of you that can't see my elephant. Good? Okay. So here's what I'm talking about, not feeling your way into things. When emotion is high, logic is low. Okay? Think about this. When the elephant gets scared, can this little man or little woman drive the elephant? No, logic goes out the window. Little man has to hang on. Okay? Emotion's driving the bus. When the elephant is calm, though, the little man, little woman can steer the elephant wherever it wants to go. So when you're highly emotional, you're not thinking logically. Graham, has that ever happened to you today, this morning? And when emotion is calm, logic can steer the ship. So there's gonna come a time during the fall and spring where this is gonna come up. This is your first lesson in TLA. I hope it's a good one. But just mentally prep yourself to walk through that logically. Talk to your manager. We can logic you through it because we've got perspective, you've got perception. Your tunnel vision right now, like I have my exam. If I don't go to my exam, I'm gonna fail. Okay, let me give you some perspective. And we'll be able to walk you through the situation and kind of guide you through. That's what your managers are for. So as we get into TLA, we've got a lot to cover today. It's gonna be a lot of fun. The future has never been brighter for the Virginia Titan Division. We've got a pretty packed day today, starting with the Wheel of Life. And so we're going to walk through that next. But hey, give yourselves a round of applause for being here for TLA today. Proud of you. All right. So this one shouldn't take too long. This is kind of an assessment of, all right, cool, where are you at? Where are you at? So, Zach, can you send a copy of this into the whole packet into the WhatsApp? Yeah. You'll need to go on Canva, download it, and then put it in. All right. Yeah. So this is called the Wheel of Life. You guys have probably maybe seen this. And those of you that are on Zoom, you'll get a copy of this. It'll be in the WhatsApp in about 5 minutes when Zach puts it in. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to give yourself an assessment. I want you to put all, what is this, 8? All 8 of these into a high piece of the wheel. Okay, so EQ, physical health, circle of influence, financial, career, impact, mental, and habits. So just go ahead and write them in to the wheel. So let's start with EQ. So your EQ is your emotional quotient. You ever heard of IQ? What's your IQ? How smart you are. Now, just because someone has an high IQ doesn't mean they're actually smart. Some people are very book smart and like not street smart. Street smart, I don't think qualifies under IQ, but I would probably argue to say that it's probably more important. Before you start drawing in this this sheet, listen to me. So EQ is your emotional quotient. It's how intelligent you are in guiding people in situations, how intrapersonal, like how emotionally intelligent you are about yourself, how self-aware you are. I'll give you an example. One of the reasons why I have an ADVM, Zach and I bounce a lot of things off Zach, and Zach always gives me a different perspective. And like this happened yesterday, I was like, dude, I didn't think of it that way. That's really good. I'm glad I asked you. So same thing for Zach. Zach comes to me with EQ stuff. He's like, hey, you know, Nick XYZ, like, what do I do? And I'm like, well, you know, no, I'm just kidding, Nick.
I used to talk about the actual firing, but what? Andy's always like, dude, like, skip her.
Let me explain before we start drawing in this thing. Graham, I'm just so excited. So does everyone understand EQ?
Mhm.
Okay. Physical health. Okay, this goes into how well you eat, are you going to the gym, right? That would also go into habits, but I would say, Mikhail, just because you bench 315 doesn't mean your physical health is like a 10. But there's probably some other habits that maybe hinder your ability to be physically healthy. Maybe not. Circle of influence. Those are like the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people that you hang out with and hang around all the time. If you hang around a bunch of hoodlums, what are you going to become? A hoodlum, right? If you hang around with a bunch of people who do a ton of drugs, what are you probably also going to do? Ton of drugs, right? If you're hanging out with people that are very successful and wealthy, what are you eventually going to do? Probably become successful and wealthy. So circle of influence is really important. Financial, how you doing financially? That would be your financial maybe understanding, but also how you're doing financially, how much you have saved. Do you have good saving habits?
For the financial side of things, guys, compare yourself to where you want to be now with the
Okay.
college kid is, because the average college kid makes a grand
Yeah.
a summer, basically.
Sales rocking, this is Kyle.
And then you've got career.
How's it going?
Okay, so career would be currently Cutco. So how you doing with Cutco right now? You're in TLA, it's at least a 5. Impact would be, how are you impacting the community? How are you impacting your school? How are you impacting your friend group? How are you impacting, maybe your little brother, little sister, older brother, older sister? Mental would be your mental game. Are you mentally strong? I would say that some of you are very mentally strong and some of you are very mentally weak. If you're constantly high then low, then high then low, then high then low, and you're an emotional wreck, you're probably not a 10 on this. So evaluate that one. I would also say mental goes into your confidence, like your self-confidence, right? How self-confident are you? Not what everyone thinks about you, but internally, how self-confident are you? And then your habits, time management, money management, alcohol, smoking, nicotine, vaping,
Those are all pluses.
Thank you.
gambling, Mikhail. So go ahead and rate yourself in each of these categories. This is your starting point, starting out with TLA.
This is also a good idea, guys, of what you want to focus on throughout TLA and what you want to get better at. This isn't meant for you to get upset about where you are. It's about, okay, this is my starting point. And a lot of times when we're in college, you hear parents and friends and talk about how you need to have your life together, already know what you want to do, and you want to be a finished product, but this is meant to do. Like, that's never the case. What you want to do is you want to figure out where your starting point is. That way you actually have a place to go up from, essentially. So be honest with yourself here. Don't be overcritical, but definitely don't be over optimistic. This is meant for you. You have self-awareness so we can actually move forward and actually improve upon things.
All right. So, everybody look up here. This is the wheel that Graham is driving on right now. Right? Pretty close. All right. If you got 4 tires that look like this, how's your car driving?
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Not good. Not good. It'll be very bumpy. It'll be very bumpy. So, why did we do this? Now see where you are right now.
Also, by the way, guys, if your wheel does look like that, welcome to being normal. That's like where you should be right now. Like, no shit. Like, and by the way, that's called Graham being honest with himself,
Yeah, it's good.
which is a good place to be. Which, by the way, Andy mentioned self-confidence, right? Of like what you actually feel inside. The way you can actually be self-confident is by being honest with yourself and not pretending to be something you're not.
Mm-hmm.
The most powerful, the most confident you could ever say to someone is, I don't know. When you actually don't know the answer.
Go ahead and figure out what number that is and go and write them on the bottom down there. And we're going to do another exercise called stop, start, continue. In each of those categories, probably the ones that you're most efficient in, what are some things that you need to stop doing? What are some things that you need to start doing? And what are some things that you need to continue doing? The ones that you're deficient in. If you're good in a category, then I mean you can add it. Just want to get you guys writing for about 10 minutes or so.
What's good also with you guys can keep writing, but what's also good to have your continues down is like, there's an old saying that's, it works so well, I stopped doing it. So when you do struggle, you can look back at what you should have continued, and like, oh, am I doing these things still? And then suddenly that fixes a lot of stuff too, now.
For my EQ, I think I understood it. I said, stop doubting self, start finding good sources of motivation and hold on to those and continue being self-aware for physical/health. I said, stop vaping. Probably not the best thing to do. Start working out consistently and continue having a consistent schedule. For my circle of influence, I said, stop being with people who distract you from your goals. I said, start creating stronger relationships with better people. And then I said, continue maintaining relationships with higher class people. For financial, I said, stop making dumb purchases, start saving weekly, and continue saving money where I can. And then career, which is all I got to, I said, stop waiting, start selling at school, and continue. That's where I stopped. That's where
Alright,
all I got to.
I'll go then with, you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Alright, for financial, I said, stop gambling, probably for
Yeah.
the best. I said, for start, I said, make more money, like with Cutco consistently.
Yeah.
And to keep, I said, keep saving and investing in like stocks and crypto. For habits, I also said again, stop gambling. It's lost me a
Smart.
lot of, I won't lie, it's lost me a good amount of money.
That happens.
Keep keep staying sober is keep staying sober as a habit. And
man.
then start probably going to therapy for habits, honestly.
man.
Physical health, I said start like going to the gym consistently again because I only go with like my team. Um Stop drinking, which what I'm planning to do is stop drinking for the rest of the season, and I'm staying true to that. And then keep staying sober as like smoking and stuff, as I haven't smoked. Circle of influence, I said keep meeting new people as I kind of have a new circle of influence.
All right, flip to the next page. This is CVI and personal values. We're going to do the personal values as an assignment. We're going to knock out CVI first. So some of you have already taken the CVI and it has probably changed. Okay. So sometimes that happens. I'm going to have you go to a website, take a test. This is a personality test and a core values index test. It'll help me manage you better, and it'll help you understand yourself better, and it'll help you manage other people better. Okay. Who missing Nick? Who else? Yeah, Nick's right there. And Des, that's right. All right, cool. So you're gonna go to, can they do it on their phone? Does it need to be the laptop? Yeah, all right. So go to on your phone, taylorprotocols.com. I'm gonna put it in the WhatsApp. So we're gonna watch a video here in a minute that is going to explain all this stuff and is going to shed some light on your CVI and also help you understand how to manage and work with people. This will kind of tie into PDI and our next topic. But Zach, you said you're a builder merchant. Cool. So one of the things you can also look at, everybody look at me. One of the things you can also look at is your kind of breakdown. When I took this, it made a lot of sense to me. I am kind of almost a perfect square. I'm high in all four categories. My innovator is the highest, and my merchant is my second highest, and then the other two are just kind of down below in a square. Everybody look at me. You guys are all pointing at their phones. Well, I guess you were looking at the thing to see if you were what you were. Right. That makes sense. All right. So what that means when I was going through this and I did the CVI train, I paid for the $50 one. It helped me understand that I can draw from any one of the four categories. However, Zach knows this best about me. My innovator is the highest. So my merchant is my second highest. Let me explain this real quick. With innovator, I'm very independent. I like creating new things. And if in a one-on-one situation, if you don't value my ideas or if you don't tell me like, hey, great idea, I get butthurt about it. Okay. I get offended. Same thing with merchant. Merchant's very much like love relationships. And so when you do that, it also makes me feel like you don't like me. Okay. So when I need to draw on my banker, you guys have seen my spreadsheets. I do a lot of spreadsheets. I'm able to do that. When I need to go builder mode, I can do that. Some people that have very low builder and high everything else, they have a very hard time going into builder mode. Okay. So let me briefly explain the categories. So innovator is creativity. That's how I think of it. Merchant is relationships. Builder is, Zach, how would you explain builder? Like go get it, ready, fire, aim. That's Mikhail. Very. That's very Mikhail. That's very Zach. Very accomplishment driven. And then banker is like numbers. They're very much like, well, hey, if I'm gonna run a branch, like I need to see all the numbers first. Innovators in training, they're very much like, well, I need to tweak this training script before I go and do any demos. Yeah, those are innovators. They're a pain in the butt to work with. Now, since I'm that square that I was talking about, I'm a heavy innovator, but when in training, I was like, all right, cool, I'm going to follow the manual because I know it works. There's data, there's stats behind it. Relationshipy people. When I first taught CVI, this is one of our TLAs. The only thing everyone got out of it was merchants are really good at gaslighting people. It's literally, Mikhail has that in his notes. He sent me a screenshot from like 2 years ago. But being able to kind of like use the relationship to drive how things work. Cool. Who's heavy merchant in here? Who's like merchant is their first? Cool. So if I sat you down and grandma was like, hey dude, like when you do X, Y, Z, it really like damages our relationship. Graham's like, oh, I'll never do that again. It really impacts like when I need to speak to him. Now, if someone's heavy merchant, like let's say Zach has 0 merchant. If I said, hey dude, it really hurts my feelings when you do that, Zach's like, and so what? But for Zach, I'm like, all right, dude, hey, we're gonna do this thing. Like, this is how we're gonna do it. Here's the plan. Let's go. He's like, all right, let's go. Yeah, let's get it. So I shall be kind of explain it briefly, but I want you to watch a video on YouTube with Trent Booth explaining CVI. This is a CVI masterclass.
A classic case in point is my wife and I are pretty much polar opposites on the CVI, in the sense that I'm a high merchant builder. I'm ready, fire, aim. I'm pretty much going. If you're using, I'm firing off a lot of bullets, right? And I'm going, I'm just spraying it. If you give me an IKEA thing, I'm pretty much trying to feel my way through it. I'm not reading the instructions. When we buy a car, my wife reads the manual. She is high innovator, merchant. So my wife is ready, aim, 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 aim. Now hear me right. Both of those as strengths have corresponding weakness. Her getting stuck is a challenge for her as a high innovator. She's waiting for perfect circumstances, and it's really hard to get perfect circumstances to start moving. I can help her get unstuck, and I can do it in a way as a merchant that will feel good to her, that sees her and helps her move forward. On the other side, my impetuousness, right? Sometimes it's taking initiative, and he's a starter, self-starter at that, but I can set myself on fire because I'm not doing the math on the front end. I'm not calculating all the risks. I'm not examining the soft spots on the floor. And my wife then, in that case, is a high functioning merchant builder, will actually pause and go, all right, innovator, what am I missing here? What do you see that I don't see? Very often she'll go, no, you're good. Sometimes she'll say, hey, have you considered this? And I'll say, I have, and I know it's not perfect. I hear you, I validate you, and we're going to move forward anyway. There's other times where she's completely just changed my perspective on things, especially parenting. She'll be like, hey, have you thought about this? So let me just walk through it. I'll share my screen here just to help everybody understand what I'm talking about here. So the 4 quadrants in the merchant, builder, banker, innovator, this is based on a feudal system. So some of these words might not quite mean what we think they mean. For example, banker doesn't mean something that's great necessarily with numbers. They're great with knowledge. This is the person in the village that back in the day, hey, when the fire is kind of going, burning down, we've got some embers, they'll bank it in the side of the hill to make sure that tomorrow we still have fire. This is a good thing, because trying to start fire when it's flint and rock, it's really hard. It's way easier to just take the embers from yesterday. Hey, we came up with a really great meeting last meeting, and this banker is going to take great minutes. They're going to take notes. They're going to know what we talked about. As a division manager, you made promises or had thoughts and ideas that you threw out there that somebody documented, and you reach out to the banker and say, hey, did we cover everything from last meeting? Hey, you forgot to talk about paying off the contest. Oh, thank you. All right, let's pay off the contest. The
Hmm.
banker, the core value there is knowledge. It's knowing the facts through research and measurement and proof and records. And this for the merchant feels like death because they're questioning me all the time on stuff. In TLA, they're the one that says, show me the facts, or they're the one that says, do you have this program written down somewhere? And I didn't ever. Now, when I'm working at my least good, the thing I want to say typically to the banker is, no, we don't have that. We don't need it. This is the way I learned, and you can learn it too. It's not seeing them, right? If I see them, if I'm a high functioning merchant, I'll say, banker, we don't, but I know we could. In fact, if you could document this, I know we'll be better. And the banker, boy, there's nobody better than a banker to take minutes. There's nobody better than a banker to document what we currently do as best practices. They're capturing the knowledge. They've got all their pay stubs. And even if it's not physical, they know where to find them. They've saved them, or they know where they are online, right? Knowledge is catalyzed by justice. So it's ensuring the equity of access, accountability, compensation, and opportunity. They keep us accountable because they can show where we've done good work. Or if we've not done good work, the math would bear out there. The contributions to the team is they conserve, they hate waste. So for example, a merchant that's just kind of going by feel, they're going to go, how could you possibly be accurate and just not waste? If you're going higgledy-piggledy, if you're just going haphazard, that's not going to be the best way to do this. And while sometimes they're right, very often in vector, how the sausage gets made isn't always a perfect science. You know, it's a little bit more art than science. Whereas the bank would really want to see a recipe that they can follow. They would abhor the idea of just doing it to taste and throwing in enough salt until it tastes good. You know, the contributions to the team though is conservation. So once we got that recipe right, for them to write it down is awesome because now we've got it for future generations, right? There are things that when my grandmother passed away, we'll never taste again because it's gone. Nobody documented. We didn't have a banker in the family to conserve and capture that information. The conflict strategy, and each of these have a conflict strategy. Some seem more evil than others, but each of them are equally stopping the team from moving forward. The banker, though, it's interesting is that they'll do aloof judgment. They'll be like, listen, I have answers. You're not asking me. So you know what? Fine. You'll do it wrong. And then I'll bring my answers, right? Their learning style is to read and analyze. And that's a problem for the merchant because I'm coming in hot. I'm like, dude, this could be so great. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. And they go, is there something I can read? No, there's nothing. We don't have anything. But they don't want to take my word for it, which I'm seeing as not trusting me. But in reality, they're like, no, let me just read it and then I'll be good. So for example, on CVI, hey, bankers out there is a PDF handbook. And if you've done the CVI, you can have access to, and just email me, tbooth@cutco.com. I will send you the PDF version of the CVI handbook so you can read for yourself what each of these are. So don't take my word for it, read it yourself, and you're going to be satisfied by reading. You're going to do the deep dive at each of these. And a high functioning innovator, merchant, or builder will ask the banker, remind me, which, this AM, where's she at on the CVI? Oh, she's a builder innovator. Oh, they probably know, right? They've got all this information. They've probably got it on their phone. Yeah, here's their actual numbers. Like they've got all this information at their fingertips. And when we invite them to be awesome, the team is better. What's important to share, and there's a reason I'm starting with bankers, that we usually they self-select out of our program because so many things are not written down. So much of what we do at Vector is not comfortable for the banker. We need to be better. I think we've been better since CVI has been introduced at retaining more bankers. Instead of just saying, you don't need that, we're actually trying to listen to them and actually document more stuff. And it's been really helpful. What I'm suggesting here is that all four of these can function very well as CEOs. And I share this because I've walked people through this in coaching where they're like, okay, I wish I was more like the builder because that's what a leader is. I'm like, well, you're not wrong, but I've seen outstanding CEOs that are bankers. Actually, I've seen outstanding CEOs that are innovators. And I've seen, of course, merchants as well, but typically people would call merchant even like, oh, you're more like touchy-feely and rainbows and unicorns, and you need to be more business-oriented or more results-oriented. All four of these can be effective in leadership, especially when we function well and mature in each of those. So for example, when we see ourselves drifting into the negative conflict strategy, for us to lean into our secondary power is one of the most effective ways to get unstuck. So if I find myself drifting into aloof judgment, I'm going to challenge myself on that as a banker and say, all right, now I need to actually put my hand up and say, Evan, I don't know if it's the right time. I'm just saying, I see something here. Would you want to hear it now or later? And give your DVM a chance to go, you know what? Bring it now. Hey, we've got like 3 contests we've not paid out on. And at some point, if we don't pay out on those, that's really negative. We shouldn't have another one until we paid out on those. Glad we got you, banker. Thank you. This is a big fix that I would have missed. Right. So the banker has the place. The banker needs to trust when they're tempted to go to just disengage and go, fine, whatever, you fools figure it out. We need to actually re-engage and bring that knowledge to the room and give them a chance to make the right call. Evan, of the merchant, builder, banker, innovator, where do you fall? Do you remember what you are on the CVI?
Yeah. I'm a merchant builder.
Merchant builder. So you and I are merchant builders. You remember your numbers, by the way?
I want to say 2422 or 2420.
All right, so
That's a look
also
up.
introducing the idea. So the idea that the number actually matters. So any separation of three numbers on the CVI is what they would call a magnitude shift, right? So it's almost like like an earthquake on the seismic scale, right? A whole number is a big shift, right? So a three is a big gap between the two. So if somebody's at 24, 22, you can get to builder, but you're mostly going to function as a merchant. You're really a true merchant. In fact, anything north of 25, they would call a profound version of any one of those four. As a 24, 22, and all the makeups are great. I've seen outstanding leaders at all of these numbers. I've seen a complete box. Kathy Kristen is almost equal in all four of those. That has its own challenges, but she can get to all four of the quadrants. I'm a 6 on the banker. I'm a 6. Now, hear me right. That's not an excuse for me not doing spreadsheets. That's not an excuse for me not doing my banking. Just because it doesn't naturally occur to me to have spreadsheets doesn't mean that I can even life hack my way into doing those things to get that information so I can serve people better. That's my number one core value. Yours is love. If I can understand the value of keeping good stats and loving others, I can do stats all day long. It's just I'll have to jump that extra step to be inspired because I won't naturally ever do a spreadsheet. I don't find joy in the spreadsheet. I find joy in the information that helps me love others, and that comes from the spreadsheet. So just important to clarify there. 24, 22. So you're a merchant builder, and whatever your primary is really the one you're going to probably go to most, but also that second one does tend to flavor the first one, right? Especially if you're 22, because you can get the builder, and sometimes in the if you're in negative conflict or if you're in a just place where circumstances are tough right now, you might shift into builder. And people might go, well, where's my lovey-dovey DVM? I got a guy that's hammering me for numbers right now. that's not actually that is Evan. That is Keller. It would be important as somebody in your TLA if Evan's going into power and personal energy invested to make a positive difference. He's like, tell me the numbers, tell me what's going on. If you find that Evan's being short, he's probably shifted into a secondary power. What's he not feeling in that moment? He's probably not feeling enough love. He's probably not feeling like he's being heard, seen, appreciated, perhaps. In that case, you might be able to help him shift back into merchant by just taking a knee. Just let him be awesome for a little bit and actually see if we can't serve him. Hey, it seems like you're a little stressed right now. What do you need? That's a merchanty type question that actually might kind of hit the off button on that raging builder and get you to shift back into your primary power. I'll come back to that in a moment because there are times where it makes sense to shift into builder. But let me just unpack this a little bit more. Builder is personal energy invested to make a positive difference. You want a project started, you want to give it to a builder. If this is faith that they'll know what to do, not right just right now, but they'll know what to do next. As we get going, they don't need to see any instructions. If you had a helicopter exercise where you're having everybody build a helicopter from scratch, they're already taking the pieces apart, sorting them. They're already moving before we even hear the instructions. They're already going. They decide to do that's their learning style, so they're very tactile. They need to be constantly changing. They need to be moving. They learn by doing, even more by hearing. So there's somebody that could typically watch the interview a few times. They won't have to just transcribe the whole thing. They can watch it a few times, and they're going to be good. They might not be exactly like the book. You might need to walk them through the importance of actually adhering to why we say what we say. But once they get that, builders are very pragmatic. So if they understand why they need to do this, and the fact that this is going to take less time and get more results, you can convince most builders to do it this way, as long as we speak to their language, right? Again, it's mostly action and results. Builders love mowing the lawn. They love, they get out there, they see the fruit of their labor. I did good work, and here it is, it's done. When they start something, they will typically hedgehog until it's finished. So the builder is the one that will go until, I'm going to PDI until the list is done. A merchant might have moved on to the next task, but the builder keeps going. This could be a strength, and this could be a weakness, because at some point it's 3 o'clock and in the morning, they needed to knock off and get to sleep. They didn't get through the list. They don't even know it's 3 o'clock. They're just jamming until it's done. Strength, as long as we can keep it under check. The conflict strategy, this is the one that tends to wear the black hat and the mustache out of the 4 negative conflict strategies, because intimidation is not very sexy right now. This is one that seems like they're the bully, and they might be. You know, if they're feeling negative conflict strategy, like, don't you know who I am? And I've even said things like this, like, guys, you know, I don't want to tell you that my way's the best way, but I am the freaking division manager. Like, I'll say things like that at times, or I did back in the day, or as a dad, I'll be like, guys, I just need you to do what I'm telling you to do right now. You're not respecting my authority. And I'm triggered by the fact that you're not respecting my authority, right? So this is the Cartman of the group. The builder is the one that's pounding the table saying, I demand respect. I'm just going to do this or screw it. I'm just going to leave, right? So the builder, they have their place. They're the workhorse. They're the jammer. You want to hand a task to them because they'll start it and they will finish it. Builders finish the books that they start reading, even if they don't like it. Why? They got to finish that thing, dude. It's a trophy when I finish it, right? I did it. This is why the business attracts a lot of builders. There's a lot of cause and effect. If I make calls, I get demos, I make sales, I get recognition. I love this. Builders are celebrated at Vector. The challenge is builders aren't always naturally, organically, the best leaders in the sense that they can burn through a lot of people. My way or the
Sports
highway.
All right, let me pause this real quick. So let's get some takeaways real quick from what you've observed, what you've learned, what you've seen from working with Zach, what you've seen from working with me, what you've seen from working with other district managers. Vicky is very builder, right? Mikhail is very builder. And as a manager, I usually, well, when I was new, I recruited a lot of merchant innovators because I was an innovator merchant. Just like Zach recruits a lot of builder merchants. Does that make sense? And it wasn't necessarily natural for me to recruit a lot of builder anything because that's not my style. But as I've developed my career, I've become more well-rounded with who I recruit. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I've worked on that. So what are some takeaways so far from the video?
Oh, goes,
Ta-
builders go until the task is complete.
Builders go until the task is complete. How many of you find that that's true in your life if you're a builder? You're like, all right, cool, let's get it done. Cool. Maka?
It's good to have counterparts or weaknesses.
Good to have a counterpart to your weakness. Yeah. So, learning how to, I think Ben comes to mind. Kaylin comes to mind. Kaylin was telling me, she's like, dude, I just don't get it. She's very builder. I just don't get it. Like when I tell these kids to do stuff and they just don't do it. Like, what's wrong with them? That doesn't make sense to me. Right? Ben's the same way. He's like, why don't these kids like do what I teach them to do? And as a builder, you've got to understand what people are and how to motivate them in a way that's going to get them the business and in return also get you the business. Good. What are some other takeaways?
Builders have faith in themselves.
Builders have faith in themselves. Cool. Sometimes what I've noticed about working with a lot of merchants is you have to really do the relationship piece first. And if they care about you, then they'll do the hard work. Right? Charlie, you probably don't need Zach to be like, hey man, I really value our relationship. I really appreciate you. It would really mean a lot to me if you would go out and sell 20K for SE2. You're like, I don't really care, but I was going to do it anyways. So the relationship piece isn't necessarily needed to move you forward and move the needle forward. With merchants, you really have to put the relationship piece first to get them to move the needle. I had this guy, Aaron Jones. Zach remembers him. Guy was, I won't get into it, but he was a big builder innovator. And so I used to get him to work really hard for a push. I'm like, hey man, let me tell you about the secret weapon that nobody else is doing right now. Right? Some people are making phone calls at 8 a.m. He's like, they are? It's like, yeah, dude, if you came to the office 8 a.m., 5 days a week, you'd blow the doors off everybody. He's like, I should do that. I was like, yeah, you should do that. He's like, yeah, I'm going to do that. It's like, all right, cool. So starting with hey, here's what's exciting. Here's what would move the needle. Let's go. With a banker, how do you motivate and manage a banker? Show them the numbers. Hey, dude, check this out. If you did this many phone calls and you did this many demos on this many days, here's how much you'd sell. And they're like, wow, that's pretty black and white. All right, cool. I get it. Let's do it. Make sense?
So would you say that, because we've really only gone over banker builders, so bankers, you show them the numbers, and with builders, it's more just getting them on a goal, getting them on something. So it's like we push them for a builder, like if we're becoming a branch manager, it'd be like, here's how much you could earn this summer, or here's the recognition you could earn.
Yeah, it really goes down to hot button too. Figuring out what their hot button is and what they're excited about. So if it is financial, then yeah, beating that drum constantly. But some people don't care about the money aspect.
But
Some of them it's recognition. Caleb's like really weird about, like, he doesn't care necessarily about the money, or he says he doesn't really care about he just wants the recognition and the status and free Cutco. That's it. So, that's the carrot that you dangle in front of Caleb. Now, I want to be careful in how I'm saying this, because when we cover merchant, all Mikhail took from that lesson last year is merchants are good at gaslighting. And you want to do, you guys have seen Spider-Man, right? With great power comes great responsibility. Okay. I want to be very, very clear that how I'm saying this isn't oh, Andy's just manipulating people. Okay. There is manipulation and influence is the same exact thing. The difference is intent. Okay. If I was manipulating it for my own gain, that's manipulation. If I'm influencing and it benefits you mostly, but it also benefits me, that's influence. Does that make sense? And so you want to make sure that you are, when you ask for a hot button, it's like, hey, Graham, what are you trying to pay for? Well, I really need to move out of my parents' house. Okay, so you need this many dollars. Okay. Do I have your permission? I want you to write this down. Do I have your permission to bring up XYZ? Do I have your permission to bring up XYZ? Because it'd be really, really messed up management if I was like, hey, Graham, if you don't sell this week, your kids are going to starve. Remember how you told me that you have 2 kids and like you need to pay their bills? Right. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, they're going to starve, bro. That's manipulation. Right. That's just me like dangling in his face and just being a jerk about it. But if I say, hey, Graham, you really care about your kids and your family and you've got bills to pay, is it okay if I bring this up in future conversations? Like, hey, this is what we're working towards. I have your permission. Okay, cool. Awesome. Then I'm not just using it as a power play. It's like, hey, this is what we're working on together. I'm doing this to help you. Right. Cool.
You got it. Hey, if you don't do it my way, no big deal since you won't be here very long. Woo! Or I get my results because I'm a builder and I've got standards. In actuality, that people love you and that's why they're working for you. But you might be almost drunk on your own power. And really what is great about you might not be what you think is great about you. Builders not very often are aware of their environment or their effect on their environment. Now, if they're a builder merchant, that's going to be hard for them because they'll do the thing and then they'll have remorse for the thing. They're like, oh, I made people feel bad and I feel badly about that, but I don't know what to do differently next time. High functioning builders, though, are very, very effective in business. Let me hit on merchant and then innovator. So the merchant is the core value is love. It's working towards an inspired vision of what can be by nurturing the core values in oneself and in others. Very often kind of the granola, very love oriented, very gushy. How's everybody feeling? How people feel matters. Sometimes people will even call it like innovators. I was coaching him today. He goes, yeah, it's being all politically correct. I said, well, I'm going to bring hard feedback for people, but I'm going to do it in a way that moves them forward. How they feel is more important than what's even how they're performing right now. The merchant is going to be dialing into how they're doing. And every group needs a strong merchant as well, just like we need each of these. The merchant's the one going, how's everybody doing? And this is an important question to be asking as lungs are burning and people are tired. So love catalyzed by truth, their ability to see the way things are, read people, read the room, and to know what's needed in that moment. Boy, great having a merchant and to trust them, right? So if you're a high builder, real important if you could find a merchant. And it's not important that you are the feeler or the empath in the room. You need to have somebody that is, though. You need to have somebody that when your FSM has a homemaker cancel and is crying in the room. If you can't go in there with empathy, send in your merchant that does. So your merchant's gonna go in there and be like, how you doing? I'm a bad sales rep. You're not a bad sales rep. This is a tough day. You'll be okay. The merchant can handle this all day long. The merchant hears the hardest things ever, and it's not heavy for them. They actually celebrate being able to work through challenges with people. Their contributions to the team that is relationships. It is vision. It's like, okay, things are hard right now, but we're gonna be okay. We're going to be okay. Now they might not always.
Do you need me to slow this down? Is he going too fast? Good speed wise?
Soberly consider, are we really okay? So one of the challenges here is that they might see things as better than they really are. So merchants do need strong builders and innovators around them to like actually question, like, are we good? Because we don't look good, A mature merchant will actually distrust their read on things and check in with the innovator and the banker to make sure. The conflict strategy is to manipulate. And I feel it's so dirty every time I explain this. Because I've said things like, I'm just trying to love everybody here. I don't know why everybody's giving me such a hard time. Or, hey, if you trusted me, you would just do what we're saying right now and everything would be better. And I've really been sincere in that, but that's highly manipulative. And it's not even like the mom is like, well, I'm just mom what's best for the family. It's not even that, but that's a caricature of the high merchant. I am trying. See, the merchants will see themselves as being pure love, not just like their core value, but I'm just trying to help you. And when we say things like that, that's manipulative. That's actually not allowing them their space. It's not being curious about where they're at. It's just trying to get them to comply so that we feel good, because merchants are really feeling a lot of this. Their learning style, though, is to talk and listen. So they don't necessarily need to do, but they need to talk about what we did. And to talk about that and to listen and really engage is how they're going to learn the best. Merchants. Transitioning into innovators, their core value is wisdom. And because my wife is a high innovator, I have a special place in my heart for the innovators at Vector because they really do unlock. She's unlocked me so much. Her strength has helped augment and make my strength so much better when I lean on it. And I've seen this function so well in so many groups since learning about this. And we share this because it seems like the stick in the mud or something that's just not fun. They show up almost like a merchant because they're very intuitive as well, kind of like the merchant is, but it's in a different way. They're intuitive, but they don't trust. Two merchants get together like, I love that guy. I love that guy too. Isn't that awesome? So we find what's common. Whereas the innovator's like, I don't trust that guy. Like, what do you mean you don't trust that guy? That guy's awesome. Right? The innovators they're intuitive, but it's not always like the positive bias. They're like, well, this, and this. I'm like, dude, that doesn't mean anything. Well, they showed up late for this thing. That means they don't care about me. Like, that's totally not it. There's another way to interpret that. The innovator's reading all the time. It's wisdom in seeing the way things are and discerning what to do about it quick. Like the merchant, they might not be able to show their math. They're doing a lot of computations really quickly in their mind. And this really does, when it's working best, work with compassion. It's remaining empathetic and curious regardless of the behavior and emotions of others. So they can hang in. The challenge really for them is when merchants get together, it's great. Two builders get together, it's not great. Because they're both vying for power. When two innovators get together, like, this is the best way to do it. No, this is the best way to do it. Well, what about this? They could debate that forever and actually cause each other to get stuck. Two innovators. Two merchants together, no problem. Two bankers together, hey, let's combine our forces. We'll take better minutes. We'll collate our minutes. So it's funny how when you think the equal opposites, how they function. The innovator, the contributions to the team is assessment solutions. The innovators are in the group to help us get unstuck. They very often, not only just by showing up to conceive the way forward, they're usually right. The challenge being is that very often they're not volunteering it because it's not perfect yet. They're still computing all the data, still analyzing as they're looking at it. So what they have, they think is really good. The high functioning builder, the high functioning banker, the high functioning merchant goes, innovator, what are we missing? What do you see that we don't see here? Innovator goes, A. You're like, whoa, good catch. That's good. My innovator wife, this is one of the ways that we also function great and not great. I trust that everything's going to work out. Christy is thinking about A, B, C, D. She's down the line to like G, and she's worried about G. She's not sleeping tonight because she's worried about G. Now, early merchant, young Trent, immature, I'm like, Christy, you can't worry about G. G's not a thing. So many things can go right before we get to G. Hear me right, folks. I'm not wrong. It's just in that scenario, this is not a male-female dynamic. I'm not honoring or valuing or validating where she's coming from. A high-functioning merchant can dial into this person. What does this innovator need? Not what do I need? What does the innovator need? If she's wisdom, she's sorting through stuff. She's working it out. If she's worried about G, the best thing I can do is ask her questions about G. Hey, if G happened, what could we do? Oh, we could do this. Well, then there's H. Okay, H happens. What have we done when H happened in the past? And she goes, okay, well, H happened in the past, and then we got the I, and I is a thing. I is the reason that we cannot move forward on this. I go, well, if I happened, what could we do? Nothing. Well, no, but there's something, right? So we could do something. Well, we could do this. Well, would I be acceptable to you? Yeah, I would be. Okay, I could do I. I feel like we've got enough information to move forward on. So I guide her through a process where she goes, okay. So what I'm trying to get at here is actually it's not placating the innovator. It's actually utilizing this process. Hear me right. Sometimes she'll catch stuff where I'm going, I would never have considered J. And J would have been a career-ending injury. And she caught J early in the process because that's the way her brain works. I've actually come home from meetings where I'm like, Christy, I'm going to fire my pilot manager. This guy stepped up, he's just screwed up in a way that I cannot move forward from. It's either got to be this or it's got to be this. And either one of those are not acceptable. Tell me what I'm missing. Talk me off the ledge is what I've said to my innovator confidant. And she says, it's so funny how often she'll do this. She'll go, what about this? And she hits me with the one chestnut. I call it the throat punch. She hits me with the one question and I'm done. And it changes everything, that one question. So lean on the innovator because they have perspectives that we would just never arrive at. They assess, they solve, they're always working on stuff. Hear me right. In a negative spot, that same interrogation, that one question can stop the entire process. And they're good. They can ask more than one question. For Christy, she's the type that she could ask one and I'm out. But she could ask 4 or 5 if she needed to. What about this? And then what about this? And have you thought this one through? And I haven't. But she can punch holes all day long through this thing of why this can't work. So if the innovators aren't feeling heard in the room, they might be floating a lot of those sticks to poke through the tent. Let's ask them in advance what's going on. Hey, innovators, what do we see here that we're missing? well, this looks good, but what about this? Okay. And so the key is to try and validate what they're seeing, even if we're not going to take action on it, but to encourage them, hey, when you see stuff like that, I need you to bring that to me. I'm counting on you volunteering that, right? I'm going to work hard to ask you, but if I forget, please bring it. Each of these have kind of their own, I say, the negative conflict strategy, the things that takes the air out of the room for them. The innovator, they're so concerned, worried, if their core value is wisdom, of looking foolish. Part of the reason they don't want to float their idea out, even though it's 98% there and awesome, is they're afraid of the 2% that they haven't quite figured out yet. There's always that 2% almost that could undo all this. They don't trust that they got it yet, even though that 98% might be 10x better than any other solution we have right now, but they're not volunteering it because they're worried about looking dumb. Innovators, you want to give them plenty of time to think. Anytime I can give the innovator the questions I'm going to ask before the event, or even ask the question, but give everybody a few minutes to just collect their thoughts before asking for feedback. So when facilitating, I'll say, listen, I'm going to give you a few moments to journal. That is primarily for the innovator in the room to give them a chance to think it through.
Andy, you're muted.
When we facilitate, we ask them, they can journal it and then talk it through one-on-one with a trusted partner. That innovator now has had a chance to iterate twice before they ever emerge it to the group. In fact, when we facilitate, they journal it, they'll usually pair up and talk about it with somebody, and then we'll give people a chance to share it. Maybe they shared their idea with a merchant. And the merchant's like, hey, listen, Christy has this idea of this. And Christy's blushing in the corner, she's embarrassed, but the idea is now emerged. And while facilitating, this is one of the ways that we can harness the wisdom that's in the room, is if the innovator just is deathly afraid of looking silly in front of a group, you get them one-on-one time with the merchant, they've got ideas, plenty of thoughts, and the merchant emerges it. Man, now this thing's cooking with gas, right?
So what did you just learn about innovators and merchants? Now, if Zach has some innovators in his office, this is a danger of being a builder. You don't want to shut down the innovators. Zach's like, all right, guys, hey, where do we want to go to team out? And Kristen's like, let's go to, Five Guys. And Zach's like, that's a stupid idea. So yeah, we're not doing that, but we're gonna go to Dave and Buster's. Now Kristen's like,
First off,
now Kristen doesn't feel valued, right? And Zach just buildered his way into probably losing an innovator. Now, the way to deal with that as a builder is to be like, hey, I mean, that's a great idea. We should definitely do that for one of the team night outs. I was thinking maybe Drive Shack though. How do you guys feel about that? Now it's like, hey, that's a great idea. We're not doing it, but that's a great idea. So that's the challenge of being a builder as like a DVM, for example. You've got to make sure everyone feels seen and heard, but it's my way or the highway. Does that make sense? In your office, same thing, branch or district, like I think Nick Saban has a good quote. It's like, hey, you can run any play that you want as long as it's from my playbook and it's the play that I called. Right? So it gives you space and autonomy, but we're doing it my way. So you can still have kind of a group vote, you can still have a group opinion, but it's very much, you want to go into it with an idea anyways, a direction that you want to go with, but let everyone feel like they have their space. It's called psychological safety. I would jot that down in your notes. Psychological safety. Yes.
That makes me want to ask, like, if you have like if you already have an idea of where you want to go, why ask instead of just offering it instead?
So sometimes you want input. Sometimes you want to feel like the team has a voice, even though you already have a decision made.
It's like what we do for team night out.
Fair. Yeah.
Like when we go, oh, we're going. We're going.
Now, sometimes you do want to let the group make the decision. And it's usually trivial things, like you don't want to be like, hey team, do we want to just skip training and go to Virginia Beach for the weekend? That'd be a bad business move. Be fun, be a bad business move. And they're like, yeah, we should do that. Be like, well, we're still gonna run training, but we can do it this weekend. And you kind of offer an alternative. All right, what else have we learned?
It's kind of like a circle. Well, like how like they like work with each other. Like I put like
you kind of need like everybody around you to like get all perspectives and like work as a really good solid
like
team.
I like put in my notes is like arrows going to each and every one. Kind of like a banker and a merchant, they don't really work as well together this way. But when you bring in an innovator, so it's like I kind of wrote it like my example was like for the bankers and the innovator, like you mentioned, these people that have like 1.5 million different you know, like A, B, C, D, and they're worried about like G, right? But the banker is someone who has like those, like they're written out like what they want to do. So it makes it easier for them to help the innovator who's struggling about G. Well, the banker can give them an immediate plan. Or the builder who doesn't know how to get there, the banker can give them that plan. But if the banker doesn't have that stuff, the builder can help them. It's like a whole circle within each.
Yeah.
itself.
Graham is 100% correct.
Yeah.
That's good. That was very high level. I didn't expect that from a Radford student, but that was good. That was good.
The Harvard of the South.
The Harvard of the South, yeah, right. Hey, take a look at some of these with the conflict strategies, with contributions to the team, with learning styles. Everybody learns differently. So another thing you need to realize is when you're running training, if your training is very much, I think like Caleb Jimmo's training. Caleb has done a phenomenal job building the team that he has. It's a small team, but he's gotten people that he can very much like, hey, do this. It's my way or the highway. This is how it works. But Caleb's missing out on a lot of the probably merchants on the team, the innovators on the team, the bankers on the team. He's just got straight builders. He's got David Carlucci that's just get it done. I don't want to be a part of anything. Just let me do it. He's got Natalie that's just like, hey, let me get it done. Natalie, I would bet, is probably she's at a wedding this weekend, by the way. She should be here. But she has a wedding. It's her sister's wedding. She's very much high emotion, but very builder. So Caleb has to have half his conversations are like, hey, do it. And half his conversations are like, hey, it's okay. Like, you're good. You know, walking her through the emotional side. Speaking of, I'd also say that men and women probably present differently in each of these different categories. And everybody's kind of a combination. Like some people are, I've seen people that are just all builder, no innovator, no banker, no merchant, just all builder. I've seen people that are squares like me. I've seen people that are high in two categories and very low in two categories. So
Is there a bad?
what do you?
Wouldn't be a bank merchant, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, it's pretty old.
No, there's not really a bad. No, and in the context of like, let me throw this at you. Let me throw this at you. There's people that would be better fits in different parts of your business. So where would you put a banker merchant in your business? Would they be a good sales rep?
Yeah.
Potentially, yeah. Would they be a good PR caller?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Banker anything is usually a pretty good PR caller. Do you want an innovator anything to be a PR caller? No, they're a pain in the ass. They're the ones that go off script all the time. They're hard to develop into PR callers. What's that?
This builder,
Yeah. Do you hate PR calling? Is it hard?
I've done it like once.
Okay. The builder does help.
Something headed.
What's that?
Santi just eats. You'll see.
Hates PR calling?
Oh my god, it's the most funny thing I've ever watched. I don't think he finishes that. He just starts laughing. Like midway through.
Bro,
he just
don't
starts
make me laugh, I swear.
Or don't even do anything, he'll just sit there and he'll look at us and he'll hold on.
Yeah, like we'll leave the room to just be like laughing for no reason. This one time someone was like, I don't have a job, and he goes, cool. And it just keeps going like this is like.
Santi, what are you?
I don't know.
What did
I'm going to.
Innovator builder? Cool. Yeah. Innovators are tough, man. Innovators usually, like, I think about Nick Herrera. Nick's a big innovator. Nick, when he went through training, he told Brady, he was like, all right, cool. I need like a week after training to like get my ducks in a row and like figure out the script and stuff before I'm going to start doing demos. Zach would murder him. Like, you're not doing demos? Why? He would murder Nick Herrera. So any other questions? Anything else comes to mind? Yeah.
So I mean, maybe like the longer you do it, you can kind of like tell pretty easily. But like, how can you like assess like who's where, like without them taking like the test? Like, is it easy to do that or?
Some managers make their kids take the test as part of like training. We don't in Virginia because I don't see a point. But I think as you get people in, I think it would be, you should definitely have your PR callers that you're going to hire this summer take the test, because you don't want to have an innovator and like you like them, but they're not a good fit for the role long term. You want heavy banker as a PR caller. They're going to be your best friend. Best friend. You're a heavy banker, aren't you? Yeah. And you're phenomenal at it. You love it. Yeah. So why do you like PR calling so much? You're not a banker.
It's like I handle objections. I do really good at it. It's easy.
I like it from the merchant side because it's fun to like create a connection like over the phone like that.
Yeah. So banker merchant's probably your best PR
But I
caller.
hate like PR calling, but like when I actually get someone on the phone, it's kind of fun.
It might be that you just like, Mikhail might feel like he's winning. Like when you get him signed up for an interview, it's like, kind of the goalpost. Mikhail also loves the recognition of being number one on the report, setting the most PRs, looking good. Mikhail likes clout, right? No, Audrey said, the banker is the one who has the plan and knows how to execute it, and the innovator is the one who knows how to execute it the best way for the people that you have. So good, kind of like Graham said, like that circular. Yeah, that's good.
It only attracts the CBIs that you are. What do you do to attract all of them? It sounds like top performing offices have all four.
Not always. And it also depends on the season too. And keep in mind, as you get PR chains, you're going to attract people that are like them too. So I think about our 2023 summer. We had everybody. It was our Silver Cup year. That was the most fun summer I've had outside of my branch summer. That was a blast. And we had so many different personalities. I think, to your point, think about the pilot. Okay. I'm an innovator merchant. Vicky is a builder merchant, I think. She's a builder something. And Graham, you were merchant banker.
So we just go for it.
So when you have, if it's just you, you're going to attract a lot of people like you. If it's you plus a head assistant manager, you're going to attract more different types of people. If you have a top sales rep who's very merchant focused, you're going to recruit a lot of them too. So it is about, and that's the fun part of the game with running an office. Like, sales is an art. And I actually used to love, I don't love the Zoom interview, the Apex interviews as much. When you had an in-person interview, we used to have all kinds of different types of people. Like, I'd have, a single mother in my interview. I'd have a college kid in an interview. I'd have a dropout in an interview. I'd have a high school student in an interview. I'd have, 20 people. And in an interview, I'm saying things like, yeah, for our students, blah, blah, blah. And then we also have some single mothers on the team. And I'm not looking directly at the single mother. I'm looking at someone else in the interview. She hears me and she's like, oh, like I fit in here. Okay, cool. Awesome. So that I think is helpful. You're doing the same thing in training. You're doing the same thing in team meetings. You're doing the same thing in like one-on-one conversations. So
It's the same way you also like, it's when you're trying to attract these types of people, the way you do it is you.
Can you come up here? They can't hear you.
Yeah. You talk in third person. That's kind of how it is. So Andy said, like, when you have a kid, for example, like you see a kid and they go to college, right? And they're like, well, like one thing I'm really worried about is like working around my classes, that sort of thing. What you say instead is not, you don't say, well, you can work around classes. That makes no sense. But he's like, oh, Tay, like we have all different types of people just like you who work around classes. Like, yeah, so it's like that. Oh, well, I'm an athlete. It's not, how are you doing, man? You didn't hear me. Yep. It's not. So what you actually do though is anytime you have someone on the team, you have to like know things about people before. And one thing I would recommend too is like finding out as much ammo about someone as possible. One thing that we have is, I'll tell anybody use that. We have bees on purpose. Okay, and what these are in training are the get to know you sheets. The only reason I have these is for two reasons. A, it's so that people like, okay, like they have something to do while I'm waiting on other people, but also it's so I have like things to talk about. So I can just be like for this not kid, if I'm like, hey, like it's like his favorite sports are basketball, football, and UFC. Football's obviously starting. Vikings or his team, it says on here. So I'm like, hey, dude, how do you think JJ McCarthy's gonna do this year? I don't have, even if I don't like sports, although I like sports, I can just ask about that and make it really easy. And regardless of what he says, I just can go about it. So when you're talking about attracting the people, you just have to be someone who can attract. You want to be like, there's an old saying, you attract more flies with honey than vinegar. Just be honey. What that means is just be like, know a little bit about a lot. And that will make you be interesting to a lot of different people. And therefore you attract all the types of people because you're interested in what they're interested in.
So kind of going back to like what Nick said about like doing like the CBIs like in training. Would it be beneficial to do it just for the simple fact that say you have a training where you have like all builders, right? Then you don't really need to, spend the time on the things that the banker, the innovator, the merchant needs, right? You can really focus on what's going to drive that.
Yes and no. You want to appeal to everybody in training. And if you add stuff, your training takes longer. If you cut stuff out, you're probably going to mess something up. So
Here's the other part of this too. When you're running training, running interview, whatever, you want to be running the same training, the same interview
Correct.
every time so you actually get good. When you start changing a bunch of shit it's like when you do a demo, right? And then you're changing
what I
every
said.
section all the time, you never get good at anything. So even though like, for example, my training, the reason I have a lot of builders is because my training is very buildery, but like we pop and we do really well, right? And we don't really lose the merchants because I'm fulfilling my merchant quota during breaks.
The relationship piece.
Exactly. Like my merchant, my
Like the banker one's the hardest to like.
It's not because
banker, here's all I have to do with a banker.
he does stats and training.
Yeah, so like for banker, right? It's like, oh well, if they're thinking they're like, I wonder if this actually works. It's like, hey, like honestly, Graham, like we sold 6 million. Like one thing I'm gonna say is I'm not really worried if we like sell the knives. Like we sold $6 million last week. I'm not too worried if we sell. I'm not worried. I'm not worried about people buy the knives. The average 60% of people buy. It's weird if they don't. Just the stats get you bankers.
Which are in Zach's training script.
Okay, so and then what gets you innovators? So
Innovator means
merchants is the relationship.
hey, so Graham, here's the thing. You need to follow this manual word for word because this is got by a guy named Drew Frank. He sold over $95 million to the Cutco. He is the greatest of all time. And here's the thing, Graham. Do you want to make sure you read this thing word for word? Now, are you cool with your own? Should you be able to use your own personality during it? Absolutely. But I need you to make sure you're following it word for word because you don't know like the words to say yet. But I want you to use your personality, use your jokes, use your charisma. But we need you to make sure you're following the script.
Which is why I follow the script in training and I'm an innovator.
That's why we can hit all of them. And last year, for example, we had like the guys who are out now as DMs and branches and now our CSPs or whatever. Like they're like we had all different types of people. But also what ends up happening is when you're around people enough, a lot of times they like become more like you. Like last year, Stephanie was, what were you, a merchant banker or a banker merchant? She's now a builder merchant now. That's what I am. Nick was very similar. Nick, I don't remember what yours was, honestly.
First, but
He was merchant builder, now he's builder merchant. It's not really a huge difference per se, but you just they kind of become more like you and you become more like them. Like just because you're around people. Circle of influence, right? It's the same sort of thing. So you just have to be able to hit different things. You don't have to be the type of person you get. You just have to appeal to that person like they get me.
Correct.
That's all you're trying to do. And knowing a little about a lot changes a lot of different things.
It's the same thing with your demos too.
Yeah, you have clients, right, that are more introverted. You have more clients, more extroverted. You have your wine drunk soccer moms who buy an ultimate just because you tell her she looks pretty. That sort of thing. You'll have the guy who will sit there and the guy who will sit there who will grill you with 6,000 questions. You have to be the person who can handle all those different types of people.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna have reps like that too. That question you. So
yeah.
So as you guys like different like core value projects, what would you say would be like the most what was a time where you kind of found a lot of difficulty or just like a lot of adversity within kind of like the context of like of the core values? Like as an innovator, what's something that you like really struggled with? Or like as a merchant, was something that you struggled with not only with like Petco or just like with your experience like working?
I'll speak for builder merchant. And I mean, it is innovator down because I'm not that. For me, builder, for merchant, initially when my merchant was the highest, it was valuing people's feelings over them doing well. And what ended up happening a lot with that when they were doing well, like they weren't doing super well. but I had a good relationship with them. So they're like, oh, we love you, but like, I need to quit because I'm not making any money. So I was afraid of hurting their feelings before like actually like getting them actually good.
This is how Zach developed his merchant side right here.
My version, it's actually, but whatever. Yeah, that's okay.
Well, what do you think my
But
CPI
let's not let accuracy get in
You're
the way.
probably a
Good
builder
story,
merchant.
but
innovator thinker?
Innovator banker.
yeah, it's I'm a builder merchant, by the way, so it works out nicely. Remember how me and Trent was like sometimes opposites attract? That's how it is.
Me and my
But
wife are opposite too.
yeah, big time. And then for builder, by the way, for me, that's where I am more so now. You guys who are around me know, I don't put up with the bullshit of like,
No.
well, like, no, like, I can't do it because this is like, no, it's a decision. You go and do it regardless. That's how you be a grown up. And they're laughing because they've heard me do this a million times. That's how we won that damn silver cup at 1.3 million. I was just like, I'm not taking no, it's like, well, Mike, I feel bad because my calls like are not being like, people aren't answering. I'm like, congratulations, you're like everyone else, make more calls.
Pause.
And by the way, that's one thing that's
Builder.
the difficulty as the builder. That's
You know.
difficulty for builder comparatively to merchant. So it's more like making sure you're like, I have to like be very cognizant of people's feelings now and that's stuff.
I have the opposite problem. I do too much of the feelings and it just causes too much like pity party in my office. And it's that like I did it to myself because and there's been more times like that where I attract weaker people.
Yep. I mean,
You've seen it in my organization.
yeah, but it's funny because we bounce off each other really nicely with this because like we have different strengths, different weaknesses, and we try different people and all that stuff. And one thing also
Well,
say is,
you
like,
have weaknesses, I don't, but
that's a good point. Good point, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, my weakness is I sell too much like last year. But the thing is that ask Vicky what happened last year. Y'all majored in silver medals, but the point is it's
we
like-
did. We did.
Huh?
We did. Last year.
For the
Oh, she did, but
You think I measure about reps? What? Wait, whatever. But- See, this is builder coming out right now. I'm just like, yeah, like you guys have also heard me before. I'm like, yeah, like you want this, you have to pay the price. I don't care how you feel. Like, because that's also like the requirement. Like it just is, like in my opinion.
yeah, don't challenge builders. Don't.
And if you do, make sure you are a builder and know you can hold your ground. That's the
Yeah.
other part of it too. Because for example, like Ben Overby, when I was training him, is a big time innovator builder who would not shut up the entire time. So he kept challenging me and I would have to knock his ass back in the ground. He'd be like, oh, okay, cool. But he actually enjoyed that because it was like he respected the strong leadership type.
Mhm.
It was almost like is this guy worth listening to? A lot builders will challenge you to see if you're worth listening to a lot of times. And if you can't answer a question, or even if you're just like, listen, I just actually don't know, I'll give you that answer. Builders will respect that. But if they can tell you're bullshitting, then they will immediately lose respect for you like that. And it's really hard to lead them. So that's like that's why it's easier I think Trent mentioned builders are typically better natural leaders is because they're like strong to answer those questions.
Is there two that butt heads the most?
Builder and innovator. Big time. Big time.
Okay, solid.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
We don't butt heads.
No.
Anymore. Years ago.
I mean, we were both immature yet.
So
Like,
it's
that
more
was years ago,
conflict
like 7 years ago.
ideas Instead of
Yeah,
like
that's
butting
kinda-
heads.
He's good about validating my ideas.
Oh yeah, like I am builder.
And I'm good at letting him do what, like, hey, it's a good idea, let's do it. Like, he's mentioned this before, as DVM, it's really hard to say, all right, cool, we're gonna use a DM's training program. Like, we should be using my training, but I'm smart enough, his is way better. So we're gonna use his. And that's where you find someone that's a good leader, like both of us, we're open to, it's not his way or the highway, it's let's do the best thing for everybody.
The other thing builders are really, if you are a builder in here, if you have any of it on your little CBI or whatever, whether you're first, second, regardless, if you have a little bit of builder, what sometimes will happen too is ego gets the best of you because you're used to being really good at stuff. And then when it's happening is if people challenge your idea, instead of taking it like, okay, like, is this person right? They want to defend the idea before, is this person correct or is this person truthful? And what happens is as you mature, and by the way, you can make the decision to mature as quickly as you want to.
It's not an age thing. Like you can just figure this out.
Mm.
Is you Andy mentioned it's like I don't care whether or not it's mine or your. It's like I just want to do what the best program is because I care about the result.
Mhm.
Like one thing that's changed for me is like when I was younger, I had a lot of builder. My recognition was through the roof was what I needed, and now I don't really need the recognition as much because all I really care about is did we produce, did we sell a lot, am I financially progressing, am I progressing this way? I can care less if someone thinks I'm like good. My results will do that, right? So if someone tells me it's like, hey, you're like for example, let's just say someone's like, you're bad at XYZ. My first thought is, we'll talk about that. This is what I'm talking about later, but it's like you have to think, okay, like, is this accurate or not? Not how do I feel? It's like, okay, like, is this accurate? Okay, if it's accurate, why is it accurate? Move on, move on, move on. So if you take yourself, you don't take things personally, and you're a builder, that changes a lot. But builders take things personally a lot because they like see status as a big deal.
So builder with a low EQ,
Oh, it's bad.
immature, ego first. Builder with a high EQ is what you get with Zach.
Yeah, and by the way, I had low EQ for a while because I was younger and I didn't want to do it. But like as you get old, like not as you get older, as you just mature mentally and you realize what actually matters, then the builders. By the way, when you're a builder with a high EQ, then your results can go really, really high. Same thing with bankers. By the way, bankers are very, very like intelligent and they're very numbers oriented and they're very ego driven too. It's very, very normal. And if you are, that's fine. But it's like you have to have the ability to improve. That's like a big part of it.
Let me throw another one out there. If you have an innovator with a low builder, they have a lot of ideas, but don't take action. If you have an innovator merchant, they might have ideas, but they care what people think, so they don't really voice their opinion. They don't get very like, let's do it this way because this is the best way. So, Jules, I think I answered your question with,
Oh, yeah.
have you had adversity with your CBI? Yeah, 15 years of pity party, with certain reps, like you just develop them. And so sometimes those people weed themselves out. Sometimes they don't.
Also, a lot of these are like Andy was mentioning, you can develop your own way into like bankers have a hard time sometimes of like interpersonal communication. So like they're bad, a lot of times they're bad with teams or really good individually. That's why like that's why they're so good at PR calling. It doesn't require them to be like very like social or like cohesive part of a team. But all these things are learned. Like leadership's learned, public speaking is learned, time management's learned, being an innovator is learned. You learn all these things, and like you can if you're like really far behind on one, all you do is you just focus on, okay, I'm gonna make a point to develop this within my own personality. And that changed a lot too.
That's a good point. Cool. Good. All right. I think we got a couple more minutes on here and then we'll take a break.
The banker, they're going, are we even documenting this? They're looking around like, are we even recording this? The banker is the one that goes back and looks at the archives. They're watching the video. They're like, hey, I watched your video last week, or I listened to your podcast, and this, like, they're capturing the knowledge because they know that if we capture more knowledge and we harness the power of that knowledge, everybody's going to experience more success here. So the banker wants to know that we're looking at the numbers, we're looking at the data, we're looking at the stats, we're looking at the last agenda. The banker might be the best person to come up with next year's agenda. So if I'm a division manager right now, I'm saying, hey, banker, what did we do last year at SC2? What was our agenda? They've got it. We've also got all the corresponding contests we had, all the documents leading up to. They've got it. I don't know where myself is. I look through my email. They've got it saved in the right drive, the right file folder, and they send me links and they've got it. When we harness the power of the banker, we can ensure that people are being treated fairly, that everybody's got a shot, everybody can find the information, they're conserving, we're not wasting as much, we're working hard and smart. The banker is a great way when you combine them with the innovator of how to innovate ideas in our company. Hey, here's how we currently do things. What's a better way to build this mousetrap? Those two in particular will be able to figure it out. The builder is going to be the one that's going to figure it out, though, and implement it. They're the ones that's going to be able to grab that flag from the banker and the innovator and run with it. The banker, for example, very often is so concerned with the process that they might not be knocking out as many demos as they could. Right? Every single one of their customers has a thank you note. It's handwritten, but they might not be doing as many demos as they could be doing because instead of phoning and creating new demos, they're documenting their stats or studying the numbers or just researching. Knowledge is important, and yet in our business in particular, generally in business, action is typically rewarded. So the banker sometimes.
Write that down.
What actions are rewarded?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's why I switched to builder.
Yep. That's why builders typically have high performing offices. It's like, hey, I'm glad that you tried, Tab, but we don't get paid on Trying. Get paid on CPO.
Get
It's
stuck in
true,
analysis
right?
paralysis and just going deep dive and getting lost in the numbers. The builder might not know any of their numbers. They might not know their average order size or any of it, but they're crushing it. Why? Because they just do demos. They understand large number, low percentage endeavor. They just understand, all right, listen, even if I don't study the interview, if I just run 10 interviews before you've done 2, I'll be better. And sometimes they're not wrong. They can intuitively pick it up. And by just running the interview, they can do better. Hear me right. That builder can typically improve a little more by a little bit of aim. Just a little bit of aim. You give them a little bit of feedback, have them watch their interview. The builder is going to be better. A little bit. They don't need a lot. When I'm working with a builder, I'm not giving them books to read. I'm suggesting audio for them to listen to. When they've got the audio, they're going to move quicker, move faster. They can synthesize that information because they're just going to put it into practice. They're just going to talk about this book or Matthew McConaughey's Green Lights. They're just going to they're doing all the time, right? They'd rather read 50 books in a year than go deep on 4. And that's okay. We need that. We need just the wide breadth. They might not be able to go deep on any of those. Typically, the other areas are going to be better at that. But they start and they finish the things that they start. I've got 22 books that I've not finished reading, but I got a little bit out of all of them. And I've gone deep on those, and I'm really practicing those ideas as a merchant. But I'm very comfortable with the idea of not finishing a book. Not all books are great. Some are just good, and I just put those down, right? But the merchant is typically the one that's trying to make sure everybody's feeling okay in that, right? So that's the strength, right? So again, if each of these have corresponding negative conflict strategies, the builder, their greatest fear is feeling like they don't have any power or any control. So if we're going to have a meeting, if we're going to train them for 4 hours straight without a break, that builder has no control. If we're going to ask this builder to role play exactly the way it's written, that builder is going to revolt and reject that. The builder needs to have some autonomy. They need to have some choice. They need to be able to at least feel like they can make some decisions here. Otherwise, you're stripping them of their power. And when they don't feel their power, they're like, listen, I don't need this job. I can do anything. They're not wrong. I'm not saying we're going to just capitulate to the builders. We're just saying, hey, listen, what would help you feel good in this moment? What would be good? Let me just do my thing. Go with God. Do your thing, builder. Right? Hey, when you need some help, let me know. I'm here. I'm available. The bankers worry that we're not documenting everything, and in Vector, they're not wrong. So again, we usually starve out the bankers. They don't make it too deep into our process. If you're a banker and you're in TLA, congratulations, you've run the gauntlet and you're making it. Our company's better with you, by the way. And some of our best leaders have been bankers. I believe at least one of our presidents right now is a primary banker. It's for the record, we have 2 presidents. The merchant, though, the merchant gets celebrated a ton because it looks like the nicest, especially in 2021, where it's really sexy to be just really engaged and empathetic and be able to hear everybody. And you're right, it's always been an important and very good move, but right now it's particularly in vogue. Just understand that merchants, we have blind spots. And we're better when we're listening, when we're handing the big projects to the builder, not trying to just do it ourselves, right? Hey, builder, you're probably going to do this better than I would. Why don't you go ahead with this one, right? I'll support you in anything you need, no problem, right? The merchant, if you're in a position, especially if you're an AM, you've got a builder that's a DM, instead of being like, hey, that DM doesn't understand you like I do. That'll be a real temptation for the merchant, right? Hey, listen, anytime you can actually still reinforce what's good about that builder and put that builder in a position to succeed instead of usurping that influence and saying, hey, I'm more important because they're just stomping on your heart and I listen to you. That's manipulative. That's when the merchant is not functioning well. Anything the merchant can do to authentically still, and I said because there's no world where the merchant can do anything but what's genuine, authentic, real. It's really hard for us to lie. It's really hard for us to affirm something that's not true. Really easy on the other side for us to affirm things that we see that are true. So 1 minute manager, catch him doing something right. He says, give them specific feedback. This is the merchant's wheelhouse. We noticed it. We can say it. We can reinforce that. We can help the builder see where they're crushing it. We can help the banker see how taking good notes in those minutes that you submitted to me. I'm not going to read them all, but boy, I'm so glad I've got them because if there is something good in there, we've got it now. Hey, innovator, what are you seeing that we're missing here? We can help elevate their perspective on things, right? Or any one of these can probably come up with math, and the merchant's like, oh, dude, I don't even know what that math is. I don't know what 9 times 28 is, but the innovator's got it, right? The merchant does a great job of celebrating each of these, which is why I would say disproportionately the vast majority of division managers in our company, leaders in our company are merchants. It's not the way in every company. Most companies, people get promoted based on doing great, not necessarily leading great. Although I would suggest that probably the merchant does have an upper hand in most cases on doing that. They don't have the market cornered on that. Every single one of these can do well in Vector. The key is to recognize where I'm not great and be able to punch up the other 3 because they all have strengths that we need. Knowing how to work with the other 3 negative conflict strategies when we see those. All right, I'll come up for air here. I've done a lot of talking, way more than I intended here, Evan, but you get me started on CVI. It's been so effective to really, I've done Myers-Briggs, I've done a lot of LIFO, a lot of other psychometric analysis tools. Enneagram is big right now. Enneagram, I would suggest, is probably just a pop culture version of this. I've seen that it's wildly compatible. I think this is a little more accurate. I think that this is a little more business applicable. And if you have people doing Enneagram in your organizations, have them take the CBI because it's a similar language. They'll figure out what the 6 is in Enneagram and they'll know what that is here. And it's almost like shorthand. It helps them kind of cut some corners there. Open to thoughts, questions, comments, or points of clarification here because I just it's like drinking from a fire hose, man.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's great. So my TLA is gonna be watching this. So I'll end the recording here shortly, but just to kind of capture this part where, I think it's important for everybody to see these 4 quadrants. It's important. What we're going for here is awareness of self and awareness of the others around us. And this is not something for me to, I'm going to completely put Trent in a box because he's a merchant and XYZ because they're a builder or banker, what have you. It's just informing how I interact with that person. So that way I can help, like you said, punch up the other areas where I might be weak. And it gives us an insight, but it doesn't tell the whole story all the time, but it gives us an insight into how people operate so we can better lead them, co-lead them, work with them, whatever our position is. And that's where the value of this tool is so strong. So
well, if I could double down on that before you hit stop here, Evan, I would say that this is probably the best tool I've seen in terms of shortcuts for how to elevate others and support and see their strengths and help mitigate weaknesses, right? That said, as I've seen this abused in being determinate or fatal. So when somebody goes, they're a banker, I'm not even going to meet with them for TLA. I'm not even going to bother promoting the innovator because it's just a problem. If you're not a merchant builder, need not apply. I'm like, no, you've missed this. You've absolutely missed this. The best teams have all 4 of these, somebody that is primary in each of these, if we can, by the way, because there are strengths for each of these. And there's a reason that there's all 4. And just because in our company, you really see the merchants and the builders kind of elevated, it doesn't mean that there is an amazing place for the builders, so the bankers and the innovators. So we need all 4 on a team to be really effective.
Okay. So I have a couple more thoughts on this. All of you just got promoted. You're district managers now. You're not in school anymore. Okay.
Sweet. Savage.
Sweet. All right. Dropped out of Radford. Like it.
I take my service.
I think Graham's got smarter dropping out, right?
I had a very intellectual thing.
Pause. All right. Hey. Okay. Now, if you do a bad job with SMRAs and pay to post, the ones that you launch, you don't duplicate. You run a good training because you went through TLA, but you only train like 3 people. And then those 3 people, you get them to a team meeting and they don't book any demos. Can you have all 4 personality types on your team? No. So how do you get all 4 CVI people? Yes. Okay. It's about building a big team. The name of the game as a district manager is to get a lot of reps, doing a lot of demos, selling a lot of knives. And then once you do that, there's a difference between being, Nick, an office manager and being a district manager. An office manager just runs their own organization. A district manager has development. Zach has Ash, Caleb, Ben, soon to be Stephanie, soon to be Nick. Does that make sense? He's a district manager. There's a big difference. Now, any summer that you've seen Zach run an office, he has a big team, and that big team sells a lot of Cutco. And he's smart. He doesn't put all his eggs in the St. Chris basket because he knows that those kids go off to camp, right? Any good summer, I made sure, all right, cool. Hey, we're not in Kempsville. We got to get in Kempsville. Kyle, who do you know from Kempsville? Cool. Can you get them on the team? Hey, we're not in Ocean Lakes. All right, cool. We need to get in Ocean Lakes. How do we get them on the team? Hey, we're not in Kellam High School. How do we get an SMRA into Kellam High School so we can get multiple reps from Kellam High School? Does that make sense? Because you want a big team with a lot of different people and you want to duplicate those people. You're going to naturally get people from those different markets. If you get a kid that's in band, you're probably going to get a lot more band people. Can you golf back there?
Sorry.
If you get some theater people, you're probably going to get some more theater people. If you get the athletes, you're going to get more athletes. If you get a cheerleader, you're going to get more athletes and more cheerleaders. Does this make sense? And you're going to naturally attract different types of people, but you want a big team. Name of the game is recruiting. Okay. You look at
What's the between recruiting and hiring?
So recruiting is going after the kids that you want. Hiring is just taking what you get. Okay. If you look at any office manager this summer that did well, they did a combination of collecting and recruiting. Okay. You collect what you get from mailers, you collect what you get from webs, you collect, what comes in, and then you recruit, which is going after the kids that you want, the people that you want, the team that you want. And it's constantly sitting down with people. Hey, Taya, oh, you go to, what's the school you're going to now?
Go to now.
Yeah.
Full Ridge.
Laurel Ridge. All right, cool. Hey, can we get Canvas sent out? Hey, can we reach out to your professors? Hey, can we get a meeting on campus? Cool. Can we go on campus and clipboard? I would say the difference, all right, collecting and recruiting, hiring and recruiting is like, let's go to campus and put up a bunch of posters and that's it. Then you're just going to wait for people to what? Apply. It's very passive. Recruiting is like going to campus. Oh, I see this sharp kid eating lunch. Hey, what's up, man? Hey, are you looking for part-time work maybe? Oh, cool. Awesome. Yeah, I own a marketing company down the street. We're looking to fill some positions in part-time student work. I mean, are you interested or do you know anyone that's interested? It's like, oh, I need a job. All right, cool. Awesome. Now that he's on the team, I'm going to get his help on campus. I'm multiplying my efforts so I can recruit more people. So the profit model for running an office is recruiting. Recruiting is the answer. Rita.
Guys, if you look at the TLA, the TLA WhatsApp real quick. Want to take a look at it real fast? What is through in there? Hopefully I got something there. This is what recruiting actually looks like. These are my teams from back. This is from when I was in Chesapeake, 2 different years. By the way, the red one, the first one, is just my newsletter people. There's about 20 more that weren't like on the newsletter. So it sold less than a grand. So there's like 24 people up here at one time. We did 55 brand new that week. This week was the SC1 from like years ago. It's a combination, right? Collecting it. These are my 2018, 2019 teams, both. My 2023 team. I mean, I can pull up my 2024 team as well, which is pretty sick. But it's like, as you can tell, there's like a ton of different types of people. As you can look up there, it's just like it's all different types of people. They're all sharp, but they're all ready to roll. And like all that came from recruiting first. Then you can open up the net and hire more later. If that makes sense. You still need to recruit a lot. It's just about making sure, hey, like you're really ultra focused on what A said, getting quality, getting the kind of people you want, and then that duplicates and makes you have a really big team that way. It's not just recruit quality; it's recruit a lot of quality. Mm-hmm. And then through that, by the way, that the kids who are quote unquote lesser caliber will then increase their standard because they're around great people and circle of influence takes over from there. Mm-hmm. It's a process, but you need a lot of good to have a lot of good. Does that make sense? Like it's pretty simple, but yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
So looking at the summer stat, your summer PPR is high this summer. Then when I look at an office like Heels, this is more year to date. So are you launching more qualified kids?
Sorry, say that again. Like you repeat that one more time.
Your summer stats for your PPR is high. So where does that correlate with who you're hiring versus recruiting?
It's both. It's completely both. It's 2 things. You need 2 things to get a lot of people. I mean, if you want to make a team, if you want to capitalize on a good team, it only takes 2 things. Number one, you need to recruit a lot of really good kids because when you have qualified kids, they do better. This isn't hard to figure out, right? But the other part of it is your training program needs to be good. You need to have make sure they jump into action quickly. It's both. And by the way, it's hard to turn a coal into a dime. It just is. And it doesn't mean they can't. It just means that like it just takes longer. And my overall productivity, like last spring, for example, I let Ash and Ben and all these people run training for me under my name. But like this year I ran it and you see what happens, right? So it's just like there wasn't a ton difference in caliber of kids. It's like there's confidence that comes along with doing it for 10 years, which I have. But like you have to have a good process for training, which we're going to teach you. So as long as you follow it, you'll be great. I mean, Nick ran his first training yesterday. He's 1 for 1 back to day 2. It's not surprising. It's the same process that I taught every other freaking person. Okay. He's doing a great job. But the other point of it, 1 for 1, baby. Then he's got training. He's running Saturday, Sunday training too. So we'll see how that goes. But he's going to kill it. Oh, yeah. Peanut butter and Victor Live done though.
I get it.
Oh, you will?
Yeah.
All right, cool. It's only like start training less than 24 hours. But the point is that you need to make sure you capitalize on them by good quality. And it's also like the stuff you do after training is you develop them and give them value and like break through limiting beliefs. So it's not just the training, it's what you do after they leave. And it's, do you like help them develop? And when you have caliber kids, it's high caliber kids, it's easier to get them to develop because their intelligence level and their emotional quotient is in a good spot where they can actually like, you know, get to where you want to get to.
So I think to further answer your question, Caleb's PPR is propped up by David Carlucci, who
Yeah.
sold 100K,
Yeah.
Natalie, who sold 70K, and Eugene, who sold 30K. And he needs to.
He's quite good at training.
He's great. Yeah. He needs to increase his recruiting. So
Here's the thing though, it's not, I'll just tell you this, it's not intentional that I'm trying to launch less than Andy. Just to be very frank with you.
He's just
I'm
not as
sitting-
good,
I'm not
you know.
sitting here. Well, here's the other part of it too, right? It's like, regardless of whether you're running a Cutco office or you're running an organization, or you're running some sort of business, or you're running a law firm, or you're running an engineering firm, the most important thing you get is you get talent.
Yep.
That's how you listen. People say, right? People say this. People say, look, you know, here's the this is a Zachism that y'all have heard a million times, or maybe you haven't, or maybe you have. But it's like, actually, I don't know if I've told you guys this. Is you want to be the director, not the star. If you're sitting there worrying about, I don't like, listen, if I'm being real with you, Kristen, I have no clue what my PPR actually is. It's really high, I know, but I have no clue. I could not tell you what it is. I don't know where I'm faced in. I don't know where I am for the Silver Cup. When we won the Silver Cup last year, I didn't realize we were number 1 till like April. And I was like, oh shoot, we're up by like 100 grand. We probably win it now. That was my thought. But like, and I'm sure, and Andy's very similar. I learned that a lot from Andy actually. But the thing is that you have to be the director, not the star with this sort of thing, and be able to put people, get the right people on the bus. People think that you lose in the playbook, but you really just lose in the draft. Kevin Stefanski's a great coach for the Browns. They're going to suck because they have no talent. And when you're thinking about building an organization for the long run, not just like a month or 2 month thing, what ends up happening is you start thinking about, okay, what types of people do I want? And then you start bringing those people in, and you want to pass out this way. I would much rather recruit more. We had some holes in the ship that screwed us up this summer that were completely my fault, and we've already fixed them. And then guess what? This fall we're gonna do great. We know what the damn poll was. We know what it was. It was one thing, and if we did one thing differently, everything's differently. And we probably recruit as much as Andy, but we fucked up. Excuse my language. We screwed up. But like, that's what it is. So I'm not trying to recruit less, but I will tell you this: I have a very, very high level of energy that I put into getting good kids, because I know that's where my bread's buttered. So it's not that I'm trying to recruit less. It's just we screwed up in this field. And by the way, those pictures you saw there, that wasn't off of me recruiting 50 kids. The first picture that has the
2018
with the red 2018, we launched 137 kids that summer in Chesapeake, Virginia. The next summer we launched 120 something. In 2020, we killed it. We had a great year. Andy had a great year too. We launched up for the year. We launched I launched 100. You ready for this? I looked this up the other day. We launched 160 kids in the fall of 2020. In the fall, 160, 10 a week. Okay, so like, yeah, I understand if you look at the numbers recently, sure, but we screwed that up. And guess what? This fall, I guarantee you, we will launch double the amount this fall that we did this summer. And that's not something that should happen, but we will. I can almost guarantee you it.
So, a couple thoughts on that. Those of you that will be running offices next summer, your profit model is high recruiting and not at the expense of PPR.
What is PPR?
Productivity per rep. So when I mentioned Caleb has, for example, David Carlucci sold 100K, Natalie sold 70K, Eugene sold 30K, and he's got a couple that are at like 20, 30. So it's the average. So if you take all the kids that sold $100,
Average it with
and quit, yeah. So it brings that number up with the outliers. So in terms of profitability, I would rather, you're welcome, a bunch of pizza. Me and Zach, bunch of pizza. I would rather.
That was nice, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Oh shit.
Andy actually bought it,
Thanks, dog.
Well, you bought it and then I paid you for it. It's technically I paid for it. You're welcome. So profitability wise, I would rather you need the big shippers to get confidence for everyone else. That's where PPR comes from. but I'd rather have a lot of reps that do well and stick the entire summer and sell like 6 to 10K. Rather than like if my office is only 100K shipper and a 20K shipper and a 30K shipper, that's not profitable at all.
One other.
That's not to say Caleb's office isn't profitable because he has a lot of other reps, but if it's only those 3 reps and you have what's the average of that?
Like 50K.
170 and 30.
It's 60K or
Like, damn, he's got a 70K PPR. Okay, yeah, whatever. You have 3 reps, you know.
two things also really quick, and then I'll kick it really quick to Andy, is also like when you're thinking about productivity, the way you have productivity is you keep kids for a long time.
Correct.
Like, I think Charlie Agnew was my only 10K fast starter this summer, yet we had the highest PPR by like a bit, like triple.
Yeah.
And we had a lot of 5 and 6Kers that we just kept.
They
John
stuck
Miles, he's on the phone now. John Miles sold $400 his first weekend. He's a 12K rep. Guess what? My PPR is really high now because he sold 12 grand. And so it's like, it's a little bit of that. And also here's the other part of this too. That's like important to realize with this too. It's like, Andy said this, but it's like, if you're running an office or you're also going to run like any sort of business ever, it's like, you don't get paid off your stats. You get paid off profit. And like, there's ways obviously to do that. And you're going to teach you that obviously, but it's like, be focused on this is my builder coming out. It's like, focus on the bottom line, like get that first. And then you stay in business. Then you develop the training stuff. My training when I was brand new, Kristen, my PPR when I was brand new was $1,100. It's 4,600 now. It's 4X. Right. And that summers I showed you before were 3 and 4K. Like I've been at 3K for 8 years or higher, you know? So it's like, give yourself the ability, enough time to get good, and let your reps do the same thing. Or by the way, if you run anything ever, let your employees have a time to actually get good at stuff. One of the reasons I can put out Caleb, Ash, and do really well, and Ben's developing, and why, by the way, in that picture, in that red one, the girl who's front and center is running Anna Tishka, she's a DM right now in Minnesota, and she's killing it right now. Like, she's a DM currently right now from 5 years. She's killing it. I've got a lot of DMs going out. Is I let Nick run training when I can do it better today. Of course I can. But like my long-term view on him is like, he needs to get like good. So I'm going to be okay, like taking a hit on my stats to let him get good. And then eventually he'll be as good as me. Caleb, the reason he's good is he ran training. And we took some hits initially, but guess what? He's a really good trainer now. Same thing with Ash. Ash obviously trained Francisco. He's the #1 new DM, but like Ash ran like 7 trainings for me in the spring. Could I have done them better? Sure. But Ash now long-term, Ash is killing it. I'm still really good. And like, it's a better overall thing. Focus on maximizing, not optimizing. Get more, not just like more per unit of time. And then you can, once you focus on maximizing, then you get good, then you optimize, you get both. That's how it is.
Good.
That's all I wanted to say.
No, that's great. Any other questions? We'll take a break. Any other questions? Questions? Seth, question? No?
Question. Who's hungry? All right, guys, it's food.
All right, we're gonna take a 10-minute break.
Why do you have my door?
10-minute break. 10-minute break. 10-minute break. 10-minute break. 10-minute break. Next topic is PDI. So Zach's gonna explain what PDI is, what it stands for, objectives, and then we're gonna do a bunch of role play. So it's not just lecture, it's gonna be about 15 minutes and then 30 minutes of a little role play. So
Yeah, my goal is to talk as little as possible during this, but also I want to get you guys really involved. So what PDI is, I'm gonna sit down here. What PDI is just, it's basically, to keep it really simple, it's rep management. So like when they call you or you call them, that's all it is. All right, so what's PDI? Yeah, it's just rep management. That's all it is. It's like, how do you get them from here to here to here? Now, as we get further into TLA, I'm going to give you guys the PDI like playbook that I have. It's called the PPR master key. Obviously you two already have it. I'm just going to send it to you, Charlie Agnew as well, and Big John. And well, Charlie Fox doesn't need it because he's CSP, but I'll send it to Big John as well. But basically you'll get all my scripts, all the other stuff later. Really, here is a couple things when it comes to PDI, and then we're going to actually like really participate, and we're going to see how quickly, how you guys can think on your feet. We'll see how it works. So here's and you want to make sure you're paying a lot of attention to this because you're going to be in the front of the class. We're going to give you a little situation. You have to do your best. Okay. Everyone's heart just went in their throat. All the innovators are like, oh shit, like that. No, here's the deal, guys. So PDI, I can give you all my scripts, but here's the thing. The number one thing Andy and I are going to be teaching you guys over over the time you're here with us in TLA is, besides business skills, is also learning like how to think, not what to think. It's how to think. Okay. And for those of you guys, I know we have a couple AMs in the room who have taken PDI before. Let me ask you really quick. Nick and Stephanie, please don't answer, because I've talked about this with you, and if y'all didn't answer correctly, I would just cry. But in all seriousness, the rest of y'all, what is the what are you trying to accomplish during like a coach, like a kid calls in or you call them? Like, what are you looking to accomplish with them? No. That's okay, but no.
Motivation.
Maybe, depending on the situation.
Assistance, support.
Sort of. Here's what you're trying to do. I'll write this down. Your objective is to manage their mindset, manage their expectations and their mindset. That's all you're trying to do. Because here's the reality, right? The first thing you want to understand when it comes to PDI is you don't want to be teaching sales skills over the phone. All that stuff you learn at SC2, you're like, oh my God, if I had known this when I was a 6K rep, I would have sold. So you would not have sold anymore, because you would not have been at the mental state where you could have actually absorbed the information. My training, it sells a lot. My training, I can literally have Veer or Nick or Stephanie, whoever run it, and they'll finish that training in 4.5 hours each day. Most people's are like 6 or 7. The reason why is the more simple you keep something. Oh, nice. That was not intentional, actually, but that was funny. But like, you want to keep things simple. So the first thing is you want to teach nothing new as far as sales skills go ever. So TNN, teach nothing new. That's the first bit of it. The second bit of PI and coaching calls is to manage their mindset, and really it's their expectations. So when we're looking at this, right, I'm going to talk about really when people call in mostly, or when you have a scheduled call or something. Here's the things you should, here's the thing, all right? You're gonna have all my scripts, you'll have all that stuff, but we have to learn how to react when given a prompt by a rep. By a prompt, I mean like something happened. So there's only 3 things that could really happen, okay, when a rep calls in. Something good happened, sale. Something bad happened, no sale, no recs, or they sold less than they thought or got less recs than they thought. Or something like innocuous, like neutral happens, basically, right? That's all it is. Those are the only 3 things that are really gonna happen. So here is the structure in which you should be thinking when you're dealing with reps or dealing with anyone in general. It does not matter, okay? First things first, this is a bit of EQ, but like, you really need to know this, and this is going to work regardless of regardless of this is Cutco or something else. This is how you work with, manage people, and also for yourself, be seen as someone who has high emotional intelligence, okay? First thing we want to do is this. Step 1, when you're dealing with a situation, number one is this: don't act on your first thought. That's number 1. Don't act on your first thought. No, just notes. Feather brick truck. I love teaching that one. Nick, you and I teach that a ton. we teach feather brick truck nonstop. We haven't gone through all of them, because if you hit the truck, you'd be dead. But we've been hit with a brick a few times. But first off is we're not going to think off our first thought. So for example, negative thing happens. Kid tells you something, right? The first thought that we get in any situation is the emotional reaction. Okay. And what happens to a lot of people when they have low emotional intelligence or low ability to get what you want, you immediately act on what that first thought is. So when you have the first thought that comes in your mind, that first emotional, like, oh, no sale. Oh my God, they're going to quit. It's like, no, they're not. It was a negative thing. So first thought, we're going to completely disregard the first thought that we get in any situation. Okay, that's the first thing we have to do. That's the emotional knee-jerk reaction response, which almost always is incorrect. Think about this. Your girlfriend or boyfriend disrespects you. Let's just say. What's the first thought probably goes through your mind? I'm going to cuss them out. I'm going to do this. Well, let me ask you a question. What is that going to do?
Make your problem worse.
Correct. It will make it always worse every single time. Okay, every time. And if you continuously work off your first thought, what ends up happening is you torpedo relationships. You'll torpedo your team. You'll start making instinctual calls. It's like if you're a DM and like you think someone's doing something like unethical, and then you immediately just need to do something ridiculous. It's like, okay, well, suddenly now you're in a worse spot with that person, and your own business is probably worse off now. Oh, my competitor's like, doing XYZ to screw me over. I'm gonna go egg their office and you can catch a freaking charge. It's like, this isn't hard to figure out. Okay. So that's the first thing. The second thing we want to do is we want to act on our second thought. Okay. We want to be thinking about how do we act on our second thought. Now you might be thinking, Zach, what does our second thought look like? Here's what it looks like. Okay. Your second thought is up to you. Whatever happens. Okay. So the question, to keep it really simple, behaviorally, to keep it really simple for you guys, to not get too heady here, is this. The question you should ask yourself when you're given a situation is, how do I want this situation? I'll write this down. When you get past the first thought, the next thing you should ask yourself is, how do I want this situation to turn out? How do I want this situation to turn out? Do you notice how that's a lot different than what do I want to do right now? What I want to do right now is I want to yell at them. I want to do this. I want to say this. How do I want the situation to turn out? Well, I want them to do X, Y, Z. In a relationship, this person keeps saying, this person keeps making fun of me in public in front of people. What do I want to do? I want to call them every name in the book. But what I really want to have happen is for them not to do that anymore. So how I act needs to be in accordance to what I want to have happen versus what I want to do in that moment. Does that make sense? And then third is that third is so that's what we want to do. And then third is we want to act on our second thought. I flipped up the order. So 2 should be how do I want the situation to turn out? Third is act on the second thought. That was my bad. I screwed that up. When you come up here with no notes, for so long, sometimes you mess up the order. So just flip those. That's all it is. Okay. And then number 4, lastly, my bad, guys. 4, lastly, is what does this person need to accomplish X? So what does this person need to accomplish blank thing? Okay. This rep is this. I'll give you an example, right? This rep can't get recs. And they keep calling you over and over again, telling you they can't get recs. What do you probably want to tell them to do? Dude, freaking memorize your fucking script and just figure it out. Dude, come on. You keep telling me all the time. That's what you want to do. It's the emotional, dude, let's take this further. Let's just flip it, right? Nick, tell me you're having trouble getting recs.
Man, I can't get any recs.
Okay. So really quick. So Nick, let me ask you a question, man. So this is how I handle it. So Nick, really quick, man. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being you have your rec approach memorized, you have it down, 1 being you don't have it memorized at all. Where would you say you're at with that right now?
I'm supposed to have 5.
They'll say an 8, say a high number. They always say 8, by the way. Every rep ever is gonna tell you it's really high. It's not. But it always is. Okay, cool. Nick, do your rec approach for me, please. Can you just do it for me now? You don't need to do it. They do, because you already have it down. So they do it, it's terrible. And then you just go, hey Nick, dude, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being that was awesome and 1 being that was awful, what would you rank that?
8.
All right, cool. By the way, when they do it, they bring it back to 5 usually. You don't have to, it's fine if you don't. They bring usually 5 because they hear themselves and oh, Jesus, bad. And then you just go, okay. So Nick, on a scale, okay, so on a scale of 1 to you think it's a 5. All right. Nick, can I be honest with you, dude?
Yeah, go ahead.
That was a 2. Now, here's the good thing for you, Nick. Actually the positive thing about this is, Nick, is you actually are a 2. Because that means if you were an 8 or 9 out of 10 and you weren't getting recs, we'd have way bigger problems, dude. So that means if we just go from a 2 to a 5, you're gonna be averaging 7, 8, 9, 10 recs easy, dude. So Nick, what we need to have happen for you to stay in this business is to make sure that you're getting recommendations. So when can I count on you? When can we make the agreement of that we're going to have a rec approach memorized? Pick it. I don't care. Say something.
3 days from now.
3 days from now? Cool. Okay. Do you know how to get your record approach memorized? Okay, but you know the technique to do it. If you don't, they never know, by the way. They don't know. And you say, hey, go in the mirror 3 times every day and read it out loud so you can see yourself. What have I done now? First off, I didn't go off my first thought. Secondly, I was like, how do I want this to turn out? I want them to memorize their approach. How do I get them to memorize their approach? They have to know that they're bad at the approach first. The problem needs to be presented. Third, so I just did the whole like technique there. And then I made an action plan to be, guys, the action plan, I'm like, here's how you get it memorized. One thing to also have down, guys, is focus on behaviors. I'll write that down, is focus on behaviors. Don't say stuff like, oh, like you need to nail your approach. Don't say stuff like that. What does that even mean? You don't even know that the reps a lot of times don't even know the language that you're using. They're like, what does that mean? Hey, I need you to memorize your approach. Here's the process in which you do that. And then what you do is you follow up with them when you have the opportunity. Okay. Does that make sense, everybody? The last thing I'll also say, when you're teaching something, you're dealing with a situation where you're coaching a rep. The last thing you want to have down here, guys, is talk at a 3rd grade reading level. That might be a little tough for the kids who go to Radford, but you know, for everyone else, it'll be fine. Radford, they're like, damn, 2nd grade was where I stopped, but one of my really good friends, by the way, Graham, is a Radford grad, Jake Zimmerman, my guy. And Andy's friend too. Jake Zimmerman was my PSM, by the way. Radford PSMs work out pretty well. He was a tank, by the way. He's a beast. By the way, Jake Zimmerman is a CSP, lives in LA, sells $250,000 a year, makes $125K a year, and he only works like half the year. Just so y'all know.
Such a cool dude.
You met Jake?
I had a call. Andy put me on those.
Yeah, Jake's. Yeah, I'm seeing him next week. Yeah, he's back in Richmond, so I'm fired up to see him. By the way, I went to the of Richmond. He went to the striving metropolis of rich high schools of LC Bird. Just so you all know, he's one of the best reps in Cutco history. If you don't know LC Bird, it's like Nova. It's like Jeb Stewart. VV. It's like I don't know, even Bayside maybe. I don't know, something like that. But not great. But so the steps, number 1, we're going to eliminate our first thought. We're not going to do that. Secondly, we want to ask ourselves, how do I want the situation to turn out? Third is act on the 3rd thought and the 2nd thought. And then fourth is what?
What do they need to accomplish?
Bingo. What do they need right now to accomplish said goal? That's it. Because my job is to be impactful, not impressive. Like, I don't care. They shouldn't be impressed by you afterwards. They should feel like really comfortable with you. Kristen, you asked like, oh, like, how do you have a high PPR? It's like this stuff outside training, so they stick around, so they feel comfortable with me. That's like the whole thing. So, Andy, how you want to do these fishbowl situations, dog?
We could pair them up. We could do.
I'm saying, how do we disperse the?
Just the list in the WhatsApp. They can just have on their phones.
Are they numbered?
No.
Oh, damn, if they're numbered, we could just been like, pick a number between 1 and whatever. And we can figure them out.
Okay. And oops.
And guys, for the record, really quick, perfect. Pick a number between 1 and 135.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. All right, so that's a good one. No, don't do it yet. We can just tell them. 6.
Well, they still need it to be able to do that.
Oh, do that?
Well,
I don't. We're gonna put them on the spot.
Put us on the spot.
I'm saying they don't have the list to be. If we say number 2, they don't.
No, we could tell them. No. We could tell them the thing. So they pick a number and then we say the thing.
Ooh,
That's the whole
really
thing.
the front.
Yeah, you guys are coming to the front. Oh, you guys are coming to the front.
Ooh.
Put us on spot. Put us on blast.
And by the way, really quick, innovators in the room. I don't care. Like, listen, no one's worried about like what grade you get. What day is today?
Grade 1.
No. What day? Like, actual what day is it? August what?
29.
Okay, is it May 1st yet? Okay, so guess what? You're not gonna be perfect. Not expecting you to, but what we expect you to do is give it a full-fledged effort and give the best you can.
How many cracks?
Until May 1st.
Oh,
At least one.
well, we had one last year. Yeah, we did have one person crack, but it's okay. We weren't mean to them. Sorry, Nick. Nick actually did a good job last year. He didn't know what he was doing. All right, who wants to go first? Andy, pick a number between 1 and 12 for me. We have 12 people in the room. 6. All right, that is Taya. No, I marked it in my head. I already did it. So Taya, all right. So Taya, now your turn, Taya. Taya, you get to pick a number between 1 and 135. Just pick a number. I'll give a shit. Which one?
6, 7.
Hey. All right. Oh, okay. Taya, this is a good one.
She have to go up here.
Yeah, we're gonna switch. Yeah, and we'll put it back here. All right. Okay, you ready? You can stand up. You can talk to whoever. Oh, it does. Zoom's recording. My bad. Yeah. All right. So you can. Well, you'll be here. No, you're gonna talk to someone out here. Talk to Nick. No, I'm not actually. No, probably not. But here's the number 67. You're talking. You're running. What? You think this is an insult on? This is what I'm saying. This is what we're talking about awareness. So the thing is that no, I'm saying, bro. Like you're like taking.
So does it matter who I
like,
talk to?
pick anyone. I don't care. But
Okay.
you're running day 2 of training.
No, I'm not
Someone
talking
comes
to you.
in. Hey, listen up. You're running day 2 of training, and someone comes in with a low number of names and numbers. They did not hit the assignment. Let's say, for argument's sake, they come in like 20 minutes before training. Okay.
They come in
You-
20 minutes before.
They come in. They're let's say the training's at 3. They come in at 2:40. You ask for their names and numbers assignment. They have not hit the number. They're like 10. They're 10 lower than they need to be because on our training, they're like, you show up to day 2 with 30 numbers or you go home. So, or they can just get their 10 or whatever, 20 out there before they they can't come into training until they have that 30. So that's called hanging assignment. So you're on day 2 of training. Someone comes in with a low number of names and numbers. They didn't hit their assignment. Go pick somebody.
Nick, you said you didn't come in with a bunch of numbers?
No, I did not.
Nick, you have such good potential. I don't understand why you didn't do that. So there's this last 20 minutes of training. Why don't we just go ahead and fill out the rest of your list so that you can come to training today? Sound good? Is that it? Like, do I have to do more?
Framework, right? So think about our framework. What's the first framework? Don't think about your. So first off, what's the first bit of the framework? What's the first bit?
Don't
Okay,
act
so
like
first
first
thought
thought.
is being like, screw this kid. So you didn't do a good job of that. You didn't do that. You didn't
Okay.
say, screw this kid. Very good. Awesome. No, seriously, you'll see managers who literally were like, what? Like they'll actually like parade a rep.
Caitlin.
Huh?
Nothing.
Maybe. Secondly, is what's the next thing, right? How do I want the situation to turn out? So when you were thinking about that, Teo, where you're like, hey, I want this kid to like have the 30, would that be accurate to say?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So we got number 2 down. Number 3 is what?
Number 3 is think on your
Act
second
fast. So
thought.
what was her instructions in that? So what were her instructions? You can answer
My
too.
my instructions to Nick
Yeah.
was to fill out the rest of the numbers before it hits 3 o'clock.
Okay, so here's the other part of this. What you want to have things turn in this situation. How do you, as a DM or like anything, how do you want the situation to turn out? Number 1, there's 2 things in this situation that she needs to like really accomplish. For one, we have to reinforce the standard of like, this wasn't a suggestion.
Okay.
Okay, that's the first thing, guys. Your assignments need to hold weight. There's be consequences if they don't hit. Now we still have 20 minutes, so we have to hit that yet.
Yeah.
We have to reinforce the standard, right? The second thing is you want the numbers, right?
Mhm.
And then the fourth bit of it is what does this person need to achieve that? So that's the part where you missed it. So you have to give them that. So I'll just show you how I would do it, right?
Okay.
So Nick, how many? Let's say like 18. So it's like, hey, so Nick, hey, the Simons get 30 numbers. How many you got right now?
No, I got 18 right now.
Oh, gotcha. So Nick, really quick, man. Do you remember the assignment from last night where I said you need to have 30 before you walked in the door today?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, do you remember what I said? If you didn't have 30, what would happen?
I don't remember.
All right, cool. What I said was you can leave training and come back next week. Now, Nick, I don't want you to drive, to be frank with you, but I do have a standard that needs to absolutely be hit, and you're 12 numbers short. Now, luckily for you, we have 20 minutes till training starts. So here's what I need you to do. You need to get this assignment done right now. Right now. No exceptions. You cannot enter training. You won't be in training until we get that done. Okay. Now do you have it now really quick, Nick? Was it you didn't have time last night or was it like you didn't know how to do it? So you did not do it.
I just didn't know how to get more.
All right, cool. So really quick, man, let me ask you a question. Have you done, so what I'll do the easy ones first. So really quick, so Nick, how many people live in your neighborhood? Say a lot,
Like 60, 70.
Cool, 60, 70, nice. 60, 70, cool. So Nick, of those 60 or so, how many of those do you feel comfortable just like looking up their number? What percentage?
Probably like 50% of them.
Great, can you do 20% really quick? That's 12, now we're at 30, boom. That's all you have to do. So do you know how to look it up on True People Search? Say no.
No.
Okay, cool. Let me show you how to do it. Then you show them.
Hmm.
Do you know how to like? So how about friends? How many Instagram followers do you have?
Now.
Cool, 1,000 of those. How many? What percentage do you feel comfortable saying? He had to make a new account.
Got banned, okay.
He- That's the comment section got him. But no, I'm just joking. But I'm kidding. That's not what happened. But let's say then you just teach them what to do, and they say, "All right, Nick, you have 19 minutes. Do it now." Cool. And then one thing you always want to do is at the end of a really tough thing, I'd write this phrase down, guys. Write this phrase down. Whenever you finish a tough conversation, and I think all of you who've been in my office, you're good.
Okay.
I think all of you in my office have probably heard this before, but it's like, hey man, after this is gonna be water on the bridge, but I need you to get this done now. I'm not gonna bring this up again with you. This is water on the bridge, but like I need you to get this done, and after as long as you get it done, we're good. Cool. Hey, XYZ bad thing happened. I'm not gonna bring it up again, but here's the consequence of that. Or hey, here's the action to fix it. You want kids to be like, you want to hold the standard, but you also want them to feel comfortable with you.
You say that again.
Yeah. So hey, hey Charlie, XYZ thing, once we do blank, is water under the bridge. I'm not gonna bring it up again, but but blank thing needs to happen. So hey Charlie, XYZ thing, whatever, is water on the bridge once blank solution happens. So I'm not gonna bring it up again, but solution needs to happen. Cool. It's very like, it's very that. Let's give Taya a big round of applause. Good job, Taya. First one up here. Andy, pick a number between 1 and 12 again. 12. Great, Stephanie, you're up. Now, Stephanie, you get to pick a number between 1 and 35, and you can't say 6, 7, because that one's from taken. 29. All right, let's see what we got here. 21. What's 9 plus 10? Oh, perfect. This is perfect for what we need. So come up here. Yep, you're up here. You can talk to whoever, by the way. It doesn't matter who. The situation, everyone, is a rep call. You can sit down. Or you can or stand. I don't care. A rep calls in on PDI and says they cannot make the team meeting. By the way, keep in mind, guys, in training, the standard is they show up to meetings. That was the thing. That was the whole mistake last year. Like they show up to team meetings. It is a requirement to work here, right? And it's inside the 3-day grace period. So let's say it's a day off. Let's say it's a day off. It's like let's say it's like 6 hours beforehand. Okay.
Okay.
They can't make the team meeting for some BS reason. We don't know yet. How would you get the rep to the team meeting? You can pick whoever. I don't care. Pick me out.
Graham.
Graham, he's awesome.
All right. Give me a reason why you can't be here, I guess.
Well, basically, my mom said I couldn't.
God, okay. I think I picked the worst person to do this. So your mom said you couldn't be at the team meeting tonight?
Yeah.
Do you all have like something going on at home or?
I think we have a family dinner. She just told me I had to be home to talk to her.
Wow. Graham, you've done this before.
Oh, no, this
See the way he's looking at
This is an
me.
exact conversation.
So your mom just said that you have to be home for dinner?
Yeah.
Okay, and you just found out about it?
Yeah.
Okay, and how long have you known about our team meeting tonight?
A lot longer.
Right. So, 1 second, guys, hold on. Okay. He's giving me a pouty face.
All right, Stephanie, talk to Seth. Graham, you're just I don't know what you got. Yeah, hold on, Stephanie.
God, it's so bad.
All right, Steph. Just give us some.
Give me a reason.
I have a lot of homework, due the next day.
That's good, actually.
Okay, so you have a lot of homework to do and you can't be at the meeting tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, and like how many assignments would you say you have?
It's 3 assignments. It's for all the classes my next day.
Okay,
It's due on Thursday.
okay,
Yeah, due on Thursday.
okay. So do you think that we would be able to prioritize our meeting tonight? That way you've already agreed saying that you'll be here. Why don't you take some time before the meeting today? You know, you called me in plenty of time in advance. Go ahead and rock out those assignments and you can still be at our meeting tonight. How's that sound?
All right. Pretty good, actually. Let's give Stephanie a big round of applause. All right. let's work through the framework. Let's work through the framework one more time, right? So Steph gave Stephanie a stupid reason why she couldn't make the team meeting. Okay. First thought, we got through that. Second thought, hey, how do we want this to turn out? You already know you want them to be at the meeting, right? We acted on it. Cool. Now let's talk about what the rep needs, right? So when you're dealing with someone, this is a big one for all of y'all who are VAMs at all, like I came at the team meeting because of a stupid reason. Here's what you have, and by the way, I say stupid reasons, sometimes there's good reasons. Death in the family emergency, car accident. There's stuff that like it actually is a good reason where it's like, all right, we can't do it, but there's not many, but there's a few. So dumb reason, oh, well, I got homework. Okay, that's a ridiculous reason. Okay. So what the rep needs is two things, okay, in this situation. Number one is there's a standard, prioritize it, you do a good job of that. The second thing is you need to, because the response, by the way, if Steph wanted to be a little bit more like confrontational with Stephanie, is this. Well, Stephanie, my mom and I try to tell you guys, like, school comes first. You have to eliminate that. So really quick, if Steph were to tell you, or Steph were to tell, who wants to take a crack at, well, school comes first. Yeah. Take a crack, yeah.
School comes first.
Yeah, school comes first.
And when did you start school?
Last week, 2 weeks ago.
So remember the part at first week of school where you read the syllabus, you knew your assignments?
Yeah.
To get starting the semester?
Yeah.
Okay, so you knew about those assignments 2 weeks ago, and you also knew about our team meeting last time we discussed?
Yeah.
Okay, so next time let's
Perfect.
plan better in advance, since we knew about those assignments 2 weeks ago, we also knew about that team meeting, so let's organize our schedule a little bit better.
Okay, cool. So that's good. We just want to finish it a little bit better. That's perfect. The first 80%, that's perfect. Here's what you do, right? So Steph, tell me school comes first.
School comes first.
Dude, I totally agree. By the way, that first week classes, what's that called usually? Syllabus week, right? So what's on the syllabus, Seth?
All the teachers' information.
Like all the assignments, right? And like all the tests and all that stuff. Cool. So how long have you known about this?
Since syllabus week.
So like that's like let's just call it like 5 weeks. So that's like 5 weeks you've known about this test then. Okay, cool. So Seth, if school mattered, then you'd probably, if you really cared about this assignment, you probably would have got it done a couple days ago, right?
Yeah.
So Seth, here's the thing. I don't want you to get behind on school, but here's what's not going to happen is you made an agreement with me to be at team meetings, as I made an agreement with you to give my best effort. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to see the team meeting tonight, and then afterwards you can study. Do you have a bedtime as a college student?
Sorry?
Do you have a bedtime as a college student? No, you're not 8 years old. So guess what you can do? You can study afterwards. Go, man. See you there.
Sounds good.
You can also tell them to bring their study materials and like, hey, let's just knock out your 5 demos, whatever the agreement was, and then anytime left, I mean, if you're not sitting around, let's make it productive. That way we get the best of both worlds.
That also works too, but the big thing is like one thing I didn't cover because it's a little more advanced is like with a rep. Oh, they have a trouble with this one objection. You have to crush their limiting belief. So when a kid's like, oh, well, school is the reason. I can't do it. It's like, if school mattered to you, you would have done this before. If school really came first, this would have happened 5 days ago. You wouldn't just be cramming right now. And you don't have to be like as confrontational as I am, but if you notice, I'm not telling them. I'm like, hey, when this happened, I'll have you known about it. If school really came first, Steph, how long in advance would you probably have done this? So it's like, I'm not going to treat school more seriously than you are. So see you at the team meeting, bring your stuff. Once you're done booking your demos, you can do stuff, but like until that point, so like school will come first, but it's like we made an agreement and we have a standard that's going to be held. So that's the only bit of it. I mean, literally just that one thing of like, hey, like when did you hear about this? That's what everything else was great. So awesome, Stephanie. All right, Andy, pick numbers. Yeah, give her a round of applause. Stephanie, your turn. Actually, Andy's been doing this. Pick number between 1 and 12. You can't say 12. You can't say 6.
3.
3. Cool. It's Kristen. All right. So Kristen, now your turn. Pick number between 1 and 135.
35.
Between 1 and 135.
Let's do 23.
A new rep has 3 no sales in a row. The customers keep saying they can't afford it. Pick someone.
There's 3 no sales. Customer says they can't afford it. Okay, let's go. I don't know. McConnell. Let's do McConnell. Your Santi? Okay. Okay, so you called. Okay. I'm just gonna act like I'm picking it up. Hey, this is Kristen. How was your demo?
Hey, so last 3 people I've talked to, they all said they couldn't afford it. Wish I did.
Okay. Did you memorize? Actually, let me reread that. Let me rephrase that. That doesn't make sense. Were you following the script?
Yeah.
And did you drop down slowly?
Yeah.
Okay. And how many no's did you get through by the time of the entire demo? Okay. And where did you stop in the demo? Like before the demo was ended? Like, did you get through the knives and then the demo was over? Or did you get through the pots and pans?
I got the pots and pans.
Okay, so what I'm going to tell you is make sure on all your demos you're showing everything Cutco has, because whether it's a big sale or a little sale, every sale matters. So we want to make sure we show everything from the outdoor products, the pots and pans, the knives, anything. That way, if you are getting these no sales, we make sure that we're showing everything Cutco has to eliminate that problem. So let's try that next time first, before we don't get those no sales and we're just stopping at the knives or the pots and pans. Okay.
Cool. So let's see, Kristen, we're on boss doing that. Now, here's the, okay, so I think the framework, I think we did all right. Some of this is a little more technical, like it's like the
Okay.
scripts and everything.
Yeah.
Guys, when you're dealing with any sort of sales objection, when a kid is doing this, right? What do you think the number one thing we have to accomplish in PDI or coaching calls are when a kid tells you, I keep getting this sales objection and that's why I'm not selling? Yeah.
Keep your confidence high, but also address the objection.
Yes, we have to address the objection first. So you did a
Yeah.
good job with the process.
Yeah.
Really good job on the process, which I'm gonna cover here in a second. But like, limiting belief. So who were you talking to for the
Santi.
cool Santi? So really quick, man, I'll just role play real quick. So tell me you had another no sale.
Another no sell.
Cool, dude, tell me about it. What happened?
So I walked through this big sets, and I walked through the individual knives, showing the cutware, showing the flour and the outdoor tools, and they weren't really going great. So
Okay, did they tell you they couldn't afford it, or did they tell you that it was just too much for the knives?
yeah, they couldn't afford it.
All right, cool. First off, guys, you need to clarify with them always the objection. Always clarify with them. Is it this or this? Because you can't be, if you're, let's say you're handling the objection well, but it's like the wrong objection. It's like you can make great time going the wrong direction, right? So it's like you want to make sure that you're like doing that. So okay, they can't afford it. Okay, cool. Now, really quick, Santi, question for you. These people that you just saw, do they live in a house?
Yeah.
Cool. How much do houses go? What's your home territory, Nova?
I like
Herndon, cool. What's the average home price in Herndon?
like 100,000.
Yep, 800 grand. Do they have a car?
Yeah,
Do they have multiple cars?
yeah, 2 cars.
All right, cool. Do they have a flat screen TV?
Yeah.
Do they have internet?
Yeah.
Do they have like running water and electricity in their house?
Yeah.
All right, cool. They're allowed to buy one knife, right? All right, cool. So like one knife, like a paring knife on a toupee is like $40 a month. Sonny, do you really think they couldn't afford $1.25 a day?
Yeah, they know that.
Oh, no. Do you think they, do you know, I don't know if you heard me. Do you think they couldn't, do you think a full homeowner in Herndon can't afford $1.25 a day?
No, they definitely.
They definitely can afford it, right?
Yeah.
All right, so what do you think the real objection was then in this scenario? Then you ask them. They're gonna tell you whatever. It's only 2 things, by the way. These are the only 2 reasons, by the way, a new rep will ever do it. It's this. It's urgency. They didn't feel like they need it. How do you fix that, by the way? Think about your demo. Yes, the
Build better
disadvantage section.
value.
This is,
Build better value.
disadvantage section is how you get rid of urgency. And then what's the other one?
Find out about it.
They want a better deal. How do we do that? You build value, like Charlie Agnew said, you call them for a deal. Hey, so, Sonny, did you like, call in at all during the demo?
Yeah, I called once.
Oh, you did? Oh, I never got a call. Yeah, no, they didn't. In this scenario, they never do, by the way. Oh, well, or they just call the homemaker and every single time. And never sell anything. But the point is, it's like, y'all know what I'm talking about. But the thing is like, he asked that question. So you asked that question, like, oh, well, no, it's like, well, Santi, what were they? Now, here's another thing you want to do real quick, guys. This is another thing. And then we're going to pair up actually and get a lot of these scenarios in here, okay? What were they interested in?
I like that. Homemaker said.
Cool. So the home, and you didn't call in, so check this out, Sandy. If it was really a price thing, what if the homemaker instead of 1664, I got to him for 1281? How do you think they would have liked that? Well, actually, Santi, you don't know. You didn't call in, you didn't even give him a chance to know. So Santi, next time when we're calling in, can we like call the office for a deal so you can like the customer at least know about a better price versus you playing God and deciding for them? Cool. Awesome, man. I've broken the limiting belief, gave them a behavior to fix their issue. Now, how I did that's a little different, but if you think about it, break limiting belief, give them a action set or behavior to fix said belief. That's it. I know it took me a minute to get there, right? But it's like, what is it? Break limiting belief first by asking questions. That's how you do it, by the way. Ask questions. And then give them a solution to that belief, and then you're good. That goes for anything, by the way. Oh, my customer didn't buy because they said their business didn't need our software. Okay, well, tell me that it's the exact same process, regardless of what you're into, right? So I think, like I said, process wise, you did a really good job on. What you want to do though is, again, you want to like kind of lead into it, right? You want to give you want to give them a little bit of buffer to like actually figure this out. So let's give Kristen a bigger applause. Awesome. So here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do, guys. In the WhatsApp, we're gonna be putting. Oh, this is perfect. Perfect. In the WhatsApp, everyone, I'm gonna be putting, or I guess through Andy, I'm gonna be putting the fishbowl scenarios in there. Okay, so everyone sees that. Here's how we're gonna pair up. All right. So you're gonna be pairing up with a person who's directly behind you. So Charlie, Olivia? Nope. Nick, you and Kristen. Taya, you and Jules. Des and Graham. Santi, Mikhail, Stephanie. What I want y'all to do is you guys can go through this. You can do the exact same scenario, by the way. Ask your partner, pick a number between 1 and 135, and then pick a random one, and then just start practicing this. And guys, the big thing here is think on your feet. Do the best you can. Don't worry about being perfect. Do the best you can. You guys to spread out throughout the room. We're gonna do this for about 12, 15 minutes or so, and then we're gonna get rolling right at 5. Sound good, everybody? All right, cool. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yes. I'd be like, oh, hope he's okay.
That's what I
Yeah.
said. He said just shrug it off.
Like, all right. And I just keep going. I usually stone face it when that stuff happens. The more confident you are, the less it happens, but you can also tell. Can you turn the music off? Music. Thank you. You can also tell, like, if someone's sitting in their chair and they're like they're just being weird. Sometimes what I'll do, be like, hey, can I talk to you a minute? And I'll pull them into my office. I'm like, everything okay? They're like, oh, I just, my stomach, blah, blah, blah. It's always a BS excuse. It's like customers. I can't afford it really means like, I want to talk to my spouse, or, I'm not interested. It's a smoke screen. And so I'm like, hey, look, man, it seems like this isn't a good fit for you. I think it'd probably be better if you just, we just end training today. Right now, what do you think? And they're like, oh, yeah, I don't really think I'm feeling it. It's like, all right, cool. Hey, no hard feelings. Have a good one. Just see yourself out. And then I'll make sure that I go out first, because you don't want them affecting your training seminar. So it's like, all right, cool. Yeah, come walk with me. And then you could even pull them outside of the office instead of a personal office, because you don't want them to have to walk through and potential bad stuff could happen. So, yeah. So you want to get a jump on it. And sometimes, like, if you think it's probably better to just kick them out than to like see if it gets better. Yeah. You don't want that to happen. So good. All right. Do you guys need a quick break? We good? Let's rock and roll. All right. So our last topic is a meaty topic. Very meaty. Very meaty. So this is the art of recruiting. Now, what I'd like you to check first is the recruiting funnel. I just put this in the WhatsApp. If you guys could pull that up. And I referenced this earlier with recruiting. The goal is to recruit a big team with the right people. And it all comes down to understanding our business model. So we have the recruiting funnel here. And what do you notice about the recruiting funnel?
Big.
It's big.
Starts wide and small.
Starts wide and small. What else? There's some statistics on there. There's some numbers that give you a really good idea of. There we go. It's in the Zoom chat too. Okay. So as far as numbers go, touches. Okay. Let's define all these. What are touches?
Pay to post, web, campus.
So a touch is like an application, basically, and you can get them from all different sources. So we have, Zach, do you not have it, or?
What?
Oh, you're just looking at me like you didn't have the,
Oh, no, that wasn't towards.
okay, cool. So in the past, we used to have what's called internet applications. We used to have an incoming receptionist team that would call the internet applications. Now we have Texting Center. Texting Center handles all of our incoming applications. And that leaves us with the ability to schedule the recruits that we want. So Center handles collecting. Your job as managers is to create, it's to recruit. So you have at the beginning of a campaign, we want to kind of front end things with as much advertising as possible, as much campus advertising as possible, as many SMRAs as possible, as many pay to post as possible. And one of Zach's strengths as a manager is sitting his assistant managers down and getting a top 50 list or a top 75 list or a top 60 list or a top 40, whatever you're confident that you can get. And he has his AMs three-way text to get him touches. And those are typically your best kids, right? So Zach focuses his energy on high ROI, high productivity recruiting. Make sense? Because if he has a St. Chris kid on his team, he's going to want 3 or 4 more to start off the campaign, start off the summer, to start off the spring, to start off the fall. Make sense? So your touches get scheduled. You want to schedule 90% of the people that apply. If they apply, they're interested. Cool. So you want to schedule 90% of them. There's something with same day efficiency I want you to look at. So I was explaining this to, I don't know who on my staff. Maybe it was when we were having our staff meeting. Seth, you might have missed out on this. So we can plug people into whatever interview we want. We have, let's say, 6 interviews available for the week. We have 1 Monday, 1 Tuesday, 1 Wednesday, 1 Thursday, 1 Friday. Okay, let's just say for the sake of argument, that's what we have. So it's not beneficial. I would take some notes on this. It's not beneficial to just say, all right, Steph, yeah, we can get you in Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday. What's that?
I said it real quick.
Just wait. Yeah. That would be an example of urgency and same day efficiency. But we don't have any interviews today, so it's not super urgent.
What were you thinking about that?
So kids are lazy and procrastinate. So we want to give them a sense of urgency. When you're PR calling, the PR calling script goes through the 5 basics. If you look at the PR script, there's when you get down to scheduling, it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You probably didn't even notice this was a thing, but generally when you're scheduling, you're like, all right, Joel, so walk me through your schedule for the next couple days. Okay. Let me look at my schedule real quick. All right. So you said that you have class today until 3 and then you're available all day tomorrow. Is that right? So you'd be available for both days for an interview just after 5? Okay. Do you have anything that might get in the way of you coming in for an interview later today?
I do have like practice that I feel like I can do practice that night. So yeah.
Okay. Well, the reason why I ask, Joel, is I can actually squeeze you in. The manager, Zach Miller, can actually meet with you today at 6:15. Do you think you can shuffle some things around?
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, like my assistant coach has kind of been,
Do you guys see how I'm handling creating urgency? Right. So for scheduling demos, it's, hey, Ms. Smith, does 7 o'clock or does 5 o'clock work better for you? And if you get better at it, it's like, hey, Ms. Smith, I'm really trying to get in one more appointment for this evening to fit in my schedule. Is there any way you can squeeze me in at 7:30 or would 5:30 be better for you? The urgency part helps you with scheduling. So those of you that want to run another business one day, this is going to apply. You want to get people in same day. We were at our campus table yesterday or 2 days ago, and I was talking to a lady. She goes, oh, yeah, I'm in HR now. I'm dealing with people no-showing interviews. I was like, cool. Yeah, it's not just your business. Like, that's pretty normal. Like, half of people miss their interviews for whatever reason. Okay. So if you schedule them same day for an interview later that day, this is why PR calling early in the day is important. You want to schedule them for same day. They're more likely to show up.
Every day after 2 days. So if your normal show for same day is 55%, the next day is 40. Every day after that is 70. 2 days after, 3 days after 10%, 5%, and so on.
I'm going to give you a really easy way to remember this. So same day, They remember all the information. They're more likely to show. Next day, guess what happens? Half as likely. One more day, half as likely. The next day, half as likely. You're left with like 12% show like 4 or 5 days out. Does that make sense? Okay. So show percent should be about 55%. You want 55%. So if you're looking at your PR show, if I'm looking at stats, okay, this is going to be maybe an eye opener for some of you. I'm going to pull up our PR show stats for the division, and I'm just going to tell you where you were at for the summer. Fairfax. Graham, yours is 35%.
Is 30 the standard for? He just said
Let's-
55.
Let's wait on the applause for a second here. Let's wait on the applause. Seth, yours is 13%. Now, you've only scheduled, yes, you've only scheduled 30, so
Mine is higher than Seth, so how about that?
maybe.
It is.
He checks his every day.
Page is 39. Santi, yours is 22. Taya, yours is 24. Vicky's is 44. Okay. So PR show standard is typically, whoever set PRs under my account, I have 29%, but it wasn't me. Might have been you. So whoever with PR stats, your PR show at a minimum should be 35 if you're a PR caller. If you're a manager, it should be 40% at a minimum. All right. Dez, PR show was 38%. Good job. In the Chesapeake office. Gabby's is 38%. Good. Kristen, 33%. Good. And it doesn't look like you guys have gotten involved in PR calling and or you were doing it on her account.
I've done one PR thing, but she probably did it on her account.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Call was like with Alex's office.
Okay. So Alex's show for the summer was 42%, which is solid. Kristen, 27%. No, it's just show to an interview. Show to an interview. All right, let's look at West Richmond. Charlie Fox, 36%. Solid. Let's see. Nick Reynolds, 33%. Solid. And Stephanie Jennings, 41%. And Zach Miller, 32%. Not bad. Let's look at Nick. Let's look at Ben Overbees. Let's see. 33%. All right. All right. Did I miss anyone? Look, I did. All right. Macabre Bonnet.
That's a 65% fall 2023. Awesome.
Kristen, you had a 27% in McCall's office. It's not you're closed. It's not showing. It's showing Virginia Beach. That's why. Never mind. All right. So the rest of the funnel, kept percent. Okay. So this is an issue that we have in Virginia that we need to address. When we're running an interview and half the people show up for an interview, kept percent here says 85%, 90% signed. Okay. What we're currently getting in Virginia is less than a 20% kept and signed, which is abysmal. That means that your funnel goes like this. Everybody look at me. Santi. Your funnel goes like this. Okay. And since we are a recruiting business, we're having an issue with being very selective with recruiting, which is not helpful for profit. However, I'm not saying hire duds. I am saying give people a chance. Okay. Just because someone's camera's off doesn't make them a bad applicant. Just because someone's from a bad school doesn't make them a bad applicant. Just because they can't spell well doesn't make them a bad applicant. Just because they can't speak well doesn't make them a bad applicant. If you could see them selling a couple pieces of Cutco, maybe consider hiring them. Does that make sense? Why am I saying that? We're a recruiting business. Okay, your profit model. I want to share with you, if you've looked at the branch profit model, when a rep is brand new, from 0 to $1,000, what percent do you make? 25%. When a rep gets promoted, what percent do you make? 20. When they go from 3 to 6, what percent do you make? 15. When they go from 6 to 10, what percent do you make? 10%, and then it stays 10% until when? 150K. And then you start making 5%. So if you have a choice, hopefully you guys can see this on Zoom. Good. If you're very selective, let's say you have 100 people, and out of those 100, 55 show up. So 100 people set, 100 PRs set, 55 of them show up, and you only select or recruit 20% of those. How many is that? It's like 10. You have 10 people. Here's the issue. In Virginia, we have about a 55% zero seller rate. That means that half of these don't even sell. So you've got 5 reps, and those 5 reps, let's say they sell $1,000. 5K times 25% is what?
1,250 bucks.
Yep, $1,250. So that's $1,250 in profit. Now, a normal recruiting model is selecting half of these. So what's half of these?
37.
So it's basically 20, let's say, which doubles your profit. So we're being selective, and what's happening? We're losing money. We're losing development. Okay. This doesn't serve us super well. Now, I'll give you another case study here. The branch model that I told our branches and our district managers, our new district managers, this summer, all of our new district managers, they needed to set 1,000 PRs for the summer. Okay. Nobody hit that number. This is a work ethic position, district branch. Your job is to set 20 PRs and get help. Okay. Nobody did that. As a result, they didn't profit as much as they could have. Okay. So your job as a manager is that number right there, because that is the top of the funnel. You need to set a bunch of people for interviews. That way you have a lot at the end of the funnel. Does that make sense? Okay. So I'll give you a quick further case study. Let's say a district manager didn't set 1,000, they only set 100. How much are we cutting ourselves off the knees there? 90%. Okay. So Graham, if you had an SC2 push and we made this perfect plan and we said in 18 days, you're going to do 100 demos. You do 100 demos, you're going to sell 30 grand for the push. And you're going to profit 15K for the summer. And you go, all right, cool. I'm down. I'm going to do it. Sign up for it. And instead of setting 100, you only set 10. What kind of push are you going to get?
2,000.
Maybe. Right? So part of the recruiting model is understanding what you're trying to get done. If you have a small top of the funnel, you have a very small bottom of the funnel. Make sense? You have a big top of the funnel, you have a big bottom of the funnel. So the goal is to have people show to training, launch them from training, launch with confidence, get some demos, they sell, you have a big team. You have a big team, you're insulated. You have a small team, you're not insulated. Think St. Chris. I was thinking Christchurch, which is in Gloucester. I was like blanking for a second. If you only have a couple high school kids on the team, they all go to beach week. You're dead in the water between June 13th and like mid-July. Your team's gonna be rough. You also have no people to PR, no people to build your team off of. So the funnel, does that make sense? Okay. So let's talk about ways to get more recruits in the funnel. One of the best ways is SMRAs. So let's talk social media recruiting assistance. Social media recruiting assistance. I'm going to give you a walkthrough on the program, A to Z. Let's start with what is an SMRA? Social media recruiting assistant. Yes.
Is a kid who just posts stuff for you?
Basically. So if you hired, Charlie, you probably don't know much about the program. Okay. If you were to Charlie's gonna be the case study here. Okay. All right. Your new office is you're going to run a branch office in West Richmond. Okay. Zach got fired for some reason. All right. You're running West Richmond. You got your mailers. We don't want to wait for mailers. So what should Charlie do to get into networks to get people to apply from the schools that he wants? What would you do?
I would find people on Instagram that are in the West Richmond area, get a Deep Run, get a Freeman, get a St. Chris Collegiate.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So I think first thing is identifying your schools that you want to get into. Where are the best kids? So jot that down. Where are the best students? Then you need to source options. So what would be a good way to source options in West Richmond? Like if you were to, like, let's go school by school. So if you did Deep Run, what would be some ways to identify who would make a good social media recruiter?
They have lots of followers.
Lots of followers.
And they seem like a person that would be trustworthy. Like if they're like an athlete or it looks like they're doing stuff.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's probably gonna be
And why trust? Is it because you need to trust them, or
the people who are gonna click the link, sign up and sell Cutco need to trust that this person's
bingo? So if they're popular, if it's like you want the, oh, Kristen Miller works there. Oh shoot, yeah, I'm applying. Yeah, like that type of person. So there's ways to do that. What are some ways to find those people? Do you think?
I mean, you just gotta grit it out. You look on Instagram, just click through profile.
You can click through profiles.
2029.
Yep, write this down. 2029 seniors, or no, 2029,
It would be like class of 2025.
whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
So you want to know the seniors, so class of 2025 or 26 or 27, whenever you're running your office. They're always tagged in that. Senior assassin.
Is that under sources?
Yeah, that'd be sources. Senior assassin.
Basketball or football team page.
Yep. So there's a website called Max Preps where you can literally look up the roster, and you can just find, like, I would go, what are the sports that you want athletes from?
Lacrosse.
Lacrosse for sure. Lacrosse kids sell a lot, guys and girls. What else?
Soccer.
Soccer sells a lot.
Polo. Golf.
Golf.
The golf kids are a pain to work with in summer, unfortunately. But volleyball, huge. Yep.
I'm thinking of
Basketball, cheer, dance. Yep.
Social media.
Audrey's like dance. Yep. Yep. Softball. Yep. Track, sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Track athletes sell a lot.
Baseball.
Oh.
I freaking love my favorite sports wrestlers. The gritty ones. Wrestlers are the best. They sell the most Cutco. For sure. They're just so gritty. So you want to add a bunch of them. And when you're on Instagram, you got to work with the algorithm. So here's a couple things to think about. liking their posts, commenting on their posts. You want to also, this is for all of you, what I would do now, right now, not right now, but like this month, this month, up until the summer, I would get in the habit of posting on your story on Instagram, just because it makes you more algorithmically relevant. It's a good word. If you look on my Instagram, I post on, what's that? Yeah. I post all kinds of Dallas Cowboys memes and, hey, Micah Parsons gone? Gone? Any Dallas Cowboys memes, anything Philadelphia Eagles, I'm constantly posting on it. And what's funny is people comment on my posts, people message me about it. And anytime someone sees a Dallas Cowboy or an Eagles post, they send it to me. So I am algorithmically relevant. People know me because of that. So I'd find something that you're going to post about. Ben Overby has started posting like success stuff. I was like, dude, start doing this. Trust me. So he has started doing it. So find something you're excited about. It doesn't have to be like something necessarily, just repost stuff. But you want to keep active because you want people in your territory to be like, oh, I've seen you post. Yeah, I can't tell you how many times this summer we'd get a girl in training and she's like, oh my gosh, like low key, Vicky, I like follow you. Like you're so slay, like blah, 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 blah. Is that good? That was good. All right.
Cocky.
All right. Yeah, that's good, right? Yeah. You wouldn't know that I'm 37. All right. So why is this important? People trust you and you get them in the door. Okay. So you're hiring SMRAs for their network specifically. Now, do SMRAs have to be girls?
No.
No, they don't. It might be better, might not. Girls tend to post more for sure. If the right guy walks in your door, definitely hire. So that's right. That's how we got our record-breaking February. I started out with a bunch of Cox High School football players. That's how we got it rolling. I also had some girls post for me. So it doesn't necessarily have to be just girls.
So when we get like our territory in January, like what if we like, cause the territory we're just like not very familiar with at all? Like, how do we find like the best high schools?
Same thing I did when I moved to Fairfax. I'm not familiar at all. I still don't know the high schools. There's 70 of them. So, when I moved there, I made a list of the high schools. I asked Zach, who grew up there. He went to Lake Braddock. I asked Brady, who knew the territory. He's hasn't been there a while, but he still knows the high schools. So you want to make sure that you kind of do a deep dive in your territory. When I was moving to Atlanta, I was going to be the DVM of Atlanta before I took over Virginia. And so I knew nothing about Atlanta. And so I got on YouTube and I'm like, hey, I'm moving to the area. What do I need to know about Atlanta? And it was like, explain the Beltway, and explained where Buckhead is, and explained where Sewanee is. And like, I had to get used to the territory and figure out where the high schools were. And I made a list of the high schools and I made a list of the territory demographics. I asked ChatGPT, like I went through everything. So I would have been prepared to move to Atlanta. Now I know way too much about Atlanta and I can't get it out of my head. So I'm glad I'm not there though. Yeah, you will probably have a territory that you may not be super familiar with. That's part of the branch experience. I don't think living like at home is necessarily, it's not necessarily an advantage or a disadvantage, but it's not the full branch experience. It's the same thing if you have a Radford student that commutes from Christiansburg. Are they getting the real Radford experience? No, they're not, right? Commuters are always kind of weirdly like outliers, you know what I mean? So they're squids, okay. So you want to figure out your territory. I also think getting to go introduce yourself to the high schools would be a good idea. Figuring out what high schools have the DECA program that you can get into. Anything you can do to have a leg up moving to the territory. You're a business owner. Like if you opened up a chiropractic office, what do you need to do? You have to network, you have to get on LinkedIn, you have to put out flyers, you have to go to, you see what I'm saying? If you open a law office, you got to like network, you got to figure out where you can put the law office, you got to find out where a good building would be. You don't want to put a really nice law office in like the worst part of the city. You want to be in a good part of it, even if it costs you more money because it's going to attract better clients. So same thing for a Cutco office. There's going to be a balance between what you can afford and what would recruit a lot of people, right? So also size and all that stuff. All right, back to SMRAs. So SMRAs are strictly for their network. So there's two options. You can either train them yourself. So if you were to train them yourself, what would a training probably look like?
Like an hour, 2 hours with this.
Yeah, hour, 2 hours. What would that look like?
Teaching them how to like, do the PR call, intro, getting them to make like an attack list of people's names.
So let's think objective. What do we want at the end of the PR training or the SMRA training?
50 names and numbers.
So we want 50 names and numbers or more. What else do we want? Charlie, what would you want?
Like, yeah, 50 names and numbers, Instagram posts,
Yep.
and like
Maybe Snap too.
Snap, yeah,
Yep.
and also just a general idea, talking to the kid, like which areas you should go to next as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it'd be really cool if you could sit them down and be like, all right, Charlie, here's what I want. I want you to recruit all your friends from St. Chris. I want you to recruit every single person that goes to any other high school that you know, and I want you to do it for free. That ideal world, that would be perfect, right?
Mhm.
So you can't probably be that blunt. So you've got to maybe spin it a little bit. So you're teaching them how to network, how to build a lead base. You're teaching them how to do social media marketing and advertising. You're teaching them all of those things through the lens of vector marketing. Let me tell you about vector marketing. Vector marketing started in 1949, or Cutco did 1981. Cutco is our name product brand. So, we run the largest student work company in North America. Here's why it's an amazing program for students. So you want names and numbers, posts. You also want them to trust you and go to bat for you. Because if it's just a job and they're like, yeah, I posted about it. And Taya's like, hey, like, what's this job that you're posting? I don't know. I just get paid to post on my Instagram. Not coming in. She's like, oh yeah, I work for this guy, Charlie. He's so cool. Like, yeah, he's like a 19-year-old business owner. Like you're 20, right? 21, 20. He's like a 20-year-old business owner. Like he goes to UVA and he's like really impressive. And yeah, we're filling student positions right now. They're in entry-level sales. And this kid, Nick, works in our office. He made like $5,000 last summer. Like I just met him. He's super cool too. Like it's a bunch of really cool people that work there. You should apply. That's what you want. So you want someone to go to bat for you. So the relationship piece has to be there too. So part of training is building a relationship. So Vicky, when she runs her own training, she's very much like, oh, hey girl, hey, how are you? And she's like buddy right off the bat. They love Vicky. They're like, oh, like, yeah, do you know so-and-so? Do you know so-and-so? She's name dropping. She's like, oh, you have friends at JMU? I just went there last semester. Where are you going to school? Oh, yeah, cool. She's getting to know them. Okay. Just building the relationship. Then it's the vector marketing piece. Then it's here's the Cutco job piece. And then it's hey, here's your objectives. There's a script for all this. I want you to understand what you're doing, right? So then it's all right, what we're going to do is we're going to build a top 50 list. I'm going to have you post on social media. Here's what the posts look like. Here's how to respond to anybody. Here's what we're looking to get a bunch of people in for interviews. If you're not as confident, you can always bribe people. Okay, how would you bribe people? Money. They don't know Cutco yet, so that doesn't work. What's that? Yeah, so
Give them the recruit.
and here's the challenge. So you're paying them hourly, right? What's a good pay for an SMRA?
Gift card.
15. Okay, you could do a gift card.
Is that what you did?
As prizes, like a reward. Yeah.
I love the Starbucks gift card.
Starbucks gift cards are great. And talk to me so you're not doing some like absurd contest. But getting them like tied into the process with like prizes would be good, or cash prizes. So then you want to either on their first shift or in training start the three-way texting process. So I'm going to put in the WhatsApp Vicky's shift slides. This is literally, you could do this without a script. Welcome to training. Let me introduce myself. Here's who we are. Go ahead and add us on Instagram. Meet the staff. Here's our staff. Oh, that's Caleb Jimmo. Never mind. That's not our staff. Did he edit this? Oh, man. I think he edited Vicky's slides.
Yeah, you just put pictures of him.
Meet our staff. Glimpse of the team. There's us and Olean. That's fun. Hey, here's the agenda: expectations, standards, resources, pay. Let's make an impact, results, recognition. Here's the standards. Like literally, you can read this right off the script. There's a shift log. There's messaging responses. Here's the pay. You need to create a Venmo business account. Pay is every Sunday. Here's what a story post looks like. You want to have yourself in the story post. You want to put our link. There's a call to action. Send a heads up text. Three-way text. Supportive message. Ways they respond. More messaging responses. Bonus structure. There's already a bonus structure. Boom, done. And then if you haven't gotten your list of 60, make sure you do so before the next shift. So that is like literally you could run that without a script. Cool. Now for three-way texting, I also put that in the chat, and that is three-way texting their top 25, top 60 list. So the second option, Olivia, to answer your question, the second option is you have Taylor Beth Walker run your SMRA shift. That's every Friday. She is the regional SMRA PR caller trainer. Cool. And she can run your training for you. Now, the problem is if you have someone else in the region run your training, what happens?
Lose trust.
Well, they're free. You still pay them hourly.
It's all connection to you. They don't.
Correct. But you can build it in the first shift, but they go on Zoom with like 40 randos around the region. And so if you have, let's say you have a guy SMRA, right? And they're on Zoom with like 42 women on an SMRA shift. How are they feeling? Probably a little weird, right? They're like, oh, I'm the only guy here. Like I'm out. So if you need to, you probably need to run that one-on-one versus in a group. Good so far? Okay. So for three-way texting, the goal is what?
Book interviews.
Book interviews. Okay. So let's talk some metrics here real quick. How many interviews do you want to try and set up per hour with three-way texting?
5.
2 to 3, 3 to 4 would be good. 5 would be really efficient. Okay. Generally it's like send 10, handle responses, send 10, handle responses, send 10, handle responses, send 10, handle responses, and that's going to take up the time during your shift. So you're either doing this on their first shift when you train them, or you're doing it their first shift after they've trained with Taylor Beth. TV for short. Okay, let me pause for questions here. Joel, you got a question?
I was just thinking, for the PR like specifically like the
Matrix score down.
What was that?
Graham.
And like the three-way text here, are you saying like once you like get like three-way text, like your PR like person, social media person, like all they do is introduce you and then like do the rest of you have like a whole script.
There's a script. So if you click on the second link, step 1, collect the list. Step 2, send text. Step 3, three-way text. Yeah. So there's a the heads up text. So if you were my SMRA, you'd be like, hey, Kevin, just a heads up. I gave your number to my manager, Andy. We have some positions we're trying to fill for the fall, and I thought of you. Not sure what your plans are. I just know you do well. He's going to reach out. Even if you're not super interested, just respond either way. And then Kevin says, yeah, sure, I'm looking for a job. And so I'm not really waiting for responses. You see that in red. But what I typically do is I'm sending the three-way text there, which is step 3. Like, hey, Kevin, this is Andy from Joel's job. He gave me your number and talked you up. I'm definitely interested in walking you through a couple details of the position, see if you'd be a good fit. Do you have a few minutes to talk? Okay. And then you would send Kevin and me in the group text, be like, yeah, I've worked here for a couple months. It's pretty sweet. You should check it out. And then when they go, oh yeah, I'm interested, get them on the phone. Yep. So in a perfect world, you talk to everyone on the phone because you're going to be more effective as a PR caller talking to them on the phone. If you have like so many SMRAs, it's a positive problem. You have to schedule over text. It's going to be less efficient, but you're going to be able to get more set. So that's up to you. Like when we have campus emails that we don't really do anymore, we used to do them. We have like 90 plus applications. It'd be great if we could call them all, but we don't have the infrastructure. So we're just texting to schedule. It's less efficient. Honestly, we get a high show anyways. It's like an 80% show to interview. But you want to do what's going to get you the best return, right? So next step. One of the things we're going to talk about at a later TLA is team builder. Okay. So the team builder program, I would jot this down in your notes, is basically turning your team, your reps on the team, into kind of a mini SMRA. And we're going to go through the whole team builder this is going to be like a probably hour and a half workshop. Either Zach's going to run it or Caleb ran it at our staff meeting and did a really good job. So
Which one?
the team builder program.
He does.
Yeah.
He does what I do.
I mean, it's your program. So
Yeah.
I think yours is kind of Trey Ketchum and it's a best
Ketchum
practice
and-
from around the region.
Ketchup
So
and Beck.
yeah. So it is the best program to turn your best rep into like 5 more really good reps. Okay. So team builder program is turning your reps into an SMRA a mini SMRA. So instead of paying them hourly and it's their job, you think like Nick is tied into the team and tied into me. And so if I tell Nick, hey, there's, resume wise, it looks good for you to be a team builder. There's a team builder scholarship. There's prizes you can get. And hey, by the way, you can also win a trip. He's probably down to sit down and do a top 60 list with me and I can team build him. Okay. So you're basically team building your SMRAs, you're team building your team. The objective is to increase the size of your team in the most effective way, which is the PR program, personal recruiting program. Good. Now, we also need to talk about the interview here in a minute, and I want to walk through the objectives of the interview, like why we're doing things in the interview. But one of the things that you can do to scale your business is to hire PR callers. So write down in your notes, scale your business equals hire PR callers. These are paid hourly callers. Okay. They get paid hourly to call PRs. Now, as a job, you want them scheduling 2 to 3 an hour, and they're straight calling lists. No heads up text, no 3-way texting. They're just straight calling lists. Something we're going to dive deep into when we quantify it is like really figuring out what your PR number is going to be for the summer. If you're a district or a branch, or if you're an assistant manager, how you can run the PR program as an assistant manager or a DOM. You want to drive PR callers like a phone jam. And if you're not driving it, they're going to take advantage of it. So I'm going to give you an example. We had Izzy Lee in our office, PR calling. And Izzy got on me and Izzy's mom got on me and was like, hey, like my pay is like, you never turned in your hours. So it was a whole mess. She turned in 50 hours. I think it was 50 hours of PR calling. She set a grand total of like 13 BRs. So definitely taking advantage of it. Now, were there times when she was at the office not working? That was the majority of the time. Okay. But nobody was monitoring her. I wasn't there and Vicky wasn't paying attention to it. So she worked for 50 hours at $15 an hour and set 13 PRs. Is that profitable? No. So that was a big waste of money. Love Izzy, big waste of money. When you're running PR calling, it's not kind of just whenever you want to. There's specific times that are really good to PR call. Specifically, Sunday from 1 to 7, Monday from 1 to 7, and Tuesday from 1 to 7. Those are like the ideal times to hire and train PR callers and have them work. Now, the reason why you do Sunday, Monday, Tuesday is because we run training on Thursday, Friday. So you want to think in order of kind of the events in your office. So PR call Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Your interviews are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And all the PRs that they set go into the interviews, and the interviews you hire them and they show up to training on Thursday. So you want it as efficient as possible. So that's why when Santi was like, hey, can I set a PR right now? It's not very pressing because it's Friday. If he sets the PR, it's going to get set into Monday. probably not gonna show up, maybe, but it's so far out that it's not super effective, right? And then they're not getting set for training until next Thursday. So it's like a week away. So it's not the most pressing thing right now. Does that make sense? Not to like shoot you down, but that was why. So PR calling, and what you want to do is you want to kick off the shift and you want to run it like a phone jam. So we're going to have a whole separate topic on like how to run a PR jam, but it's just like you'd run a phone jam. How do you run a phone jam in your office at a team meeting? High energy, music, one person to a room so they're not distracting each other. What's that? Yeah, you're like checking on them the whole time, right?
Celebrate when they get a demo, so they're excited to book another.
Yeah, be like, hey, PR, that was easy, nice job, right? We used to have a that was easy button. Oh, there's one right here. It doesn't work. There we go. We used to have a that was easy button. You want to keep them positive, okay? They can get very like, oh, I've been calling Joel's list for like a half hour. Nobody's picking up. These kids are bad. It's like they get sour real quick. That low energy means low productivity. You want to keep them positive. So you be like, all right, cool. Hey, Ted, you're going to switch with Joel's. You guys are going to switch. You kind of want to always have the answer as the manager, and you want to keep them calling. You want them calling like 30 calls an hour, productive, and you're driving it. So one of the things we're going to shift to this coming summer in my office is we're going to have the assistant managers booking less PRs and driving the PR callers more. Reason being, my AMs are the best ones at setting PRs, but they can drive the crap out of my PR callers. Now, how do you get PR callers? Same way you get SMRAs. You could have them be an SMRA for 2 weeks and then transition to PR caller or rep. You do it the same way that you get SMRAs. You're like, hey, I have an hourly paid position where you're calling people. Does that sound like a good option for you? Cool, here's what it look like. Are you comfortable making 100+ calls in a day? Are you comfortable just staying on the phone constantly? Are you comfortable talking with people? Cool, here, role play the script with me. That's a pretty good basic interview. All right, here's another thought. If you run an interview and you see a sharp guy or gal that would make a great PR caller or a great SMRA, they'd also make a great rep. What do?
You asked them to be an
You ask them to be a PR caller or an SMRA first, yeah. So you want to purposely not put them in rep training so they can SMRA first and then PR call. That's an option. And that option would be really effective if you don't have current SMRAs or if you're having trouble getting SMRAs. So let me quantify this because I told you guys, in order to be a good manager, what do you need to have? Those 4 things. What's number 1? You guys are going to be able to repeat this in like a week.
Manage your mindset.
Nope.
Mastering SMRA, pay to post.
Yes. Go slow. So SMRAs pay to post. That's number 1.
Team builder.
Yep. PRs and team builder. That's number 2.
First day management.
Yep. Training, first aid,
Creating demo.
and then creating demos. All right. So what are they again?
Games and collection, training / first day management, and master creative demos.
So let me quantify this. With SMRAs, if you're running an office this summer, there is, it goes like this. Everybody look at me. Maybe. It goes like this. Okay. May, June, July, August. Okay. Ready? May, June, July, August. So in May and June, we're in gold period. June, July, we're in platinum period. And then August is like gold period again. So I want you to think of it this way. You want everything colliding at the same time, June and July. That's when recruiting is the best. That's when sales are the best. That's when high school's let out. So you want to be launching more people and launching more SMRAs and have more PR callers at peak. So in May and June, you want to be launching 1 to 3 SMRAs a week. 1 to 3 a week. Late June, July, you want to be launching 3 to 5 a week. And then in August, if you're a district, you're still launching 1 to 3 a week. Okay. So I want to walk you through the cost of this real quick. I'm going to show you how this scales. So you launch an SMRA. You got to pay for 3 hours of training. Is it 3 or 2, Zach? 3? 3 hours of training. How long is their first shift? Call it 3 hours. And their second shift, we'll call it 3 hours. Total is how many hours? 9. What's 9 times 15?
No idea.
Zach?
5 times 9,
9 times 15.
135.
$135. Is that right?
Yeah.
Doesn't sound right.
It is. 15 times 10 minus 15.
15 times 10
Man, you're smart. He says
150 minus 15.
Oh, yeah.
okay, this is your cost. This is your cost. So we get our top 50 list and we get 2 to 3 posts and maybe some pay to post. What's our outcome? What do we want to get done from this? We hire them specifically for their network. We want to launch them and get reps that sell, right? So what would be a good number to get from an SMRA? How many do we want to launch per SMRA? 10 would be great. What? Yeah, like 2 to 3. I think it'd be good. Zach, would you agree with that? Okay. So this equals 2 to 3 launched. Okay. Now, as a manager, you get these 2 or 3. What's going to happen with them, Zach?
What do you mean?
All 2, 3 of them are going to sell. What's the?
I mean, yeah, the average PPR, I mean, just multiply by the average productivity.
So we're looking at 2K to 3K sold on the low end for a brand new manager that has 1,000 PPR. Cool.
Which would be very, very low for the most part.
Cool. All right. We're going to lowball this because I don't think it's, beneficial for Charlie to be like, yeah, I'm going to go out and have a 6K PPR because I'm better than Zach. Like brand new manager, you're going to screw stuff up. So 2 to 3K sold on the low end. What's the profitability on this?
500, 600 bucks.
Yep. So 500 to $600. What's our net return on investment? This minus that.
365 to 465.
So literally every SMRA that you hire makes you 300 to 400 bucks. Hire, train that you get that. So here's the question, is there a limit? Like, would it be beneficial for me in the pilot right now to get everybody in Northern Virginia to work as an SMRA for me? There's probably a limit, but if I launch 20 next week, is it profitable? Yeah. If I launch 30 next week, is it profitable? My diminishing return, I'm not going to hit. Okay. So during the summertime, you want to be able to have as many of these as possible. Now, same thing for PR callers. A good PR caller is going to make you money. It is an expense, but it's making you money because you're able to scale. So let me give you an example. Let's say Nick goes out and runs an office next summer. And Nick says, you know what? I'm just going to set 30 PRs myself. I'm not going to hire a receptionist because they're expensive. I don't want employees. They're 15 bucks an hour. I'm worried about profit. Okay. Do that for me, Nick. I'm worried about profit.
I'm worried about profit.
All right, cool. So he doesn't hire any SMRAs. So for the summer, there's about 15 weeks, good recruiting weeks. And he sets 20 because he misses his number. And how many PRs is that total? 300? So he sets 300 PRs for the summer. Okay. 300 PRs for the summer. What was your show? 30%?
33.
30. We'll call it 30%. All right. So what's 30% of 300? 100?
No,
Is that right?
it's like 99.
All right. We'll call it 100. So you have 100 in, and Nick's like, I'm only going to take the best ones. So 100 people show up to interviews, and Nick only hires 20 of them. Okay. Big mistake, but 20%. And then of those 20 people, what's your show to training? 100%. Don't shut up.
Yeah.
Let's say 50%.
Okay.
Okay. So how many do we have now? 10. Okay. And he's going to launch 8. Half of them aren't going to sell, and he's going to have 4 people on his team this summer. I don't, bro, I don't care how good your PPR is. If you have 4 people on your team, you're not gonna sell what you want to sell for this. It's not gonna hit your goal. Does that make sense? So instead of that, what if he hired 10 PR colors? Okay. He has 3 on call and he has 7 working, and each of those 7 set 20 for the week, every week. That's 140 times 15, whatever that is. You know in your head?
Yep. It is, hold on, I got it, 2100.
2100. So he's going to set 2000 PRs for the summer. Okay. At a 30% show, that's 600. 30%, he's going to be super selective because, you know, whatever. Still has like 100 plus, 50 show up, and he's got a big team now. Way more profitable. So that extra expense, how much did it probably cost to have those receptionists? Maybe like 10 grand. But he's going to profit like 20 to 30. Okay. So it's in your benefit to have staff setting these PRs with you. All right. Let's go to the interview. So I'm going to put this in the chat. For those of you that haven't seen what an interview looks like, well, let me show you. Okay, everybody look at me. Look up here. Okay. This is Vector Live. When you run an interview, be looking. When you run an interview, you click on the interview, you go to the results, and at the interview time, this one was at 2:15, you're going to see who showed up to the interview. You're going to click Get Host Link. Apex Interview Host. It's going to pop up here. People are going to pop up here once you click Join. Hopefully no one's in there. All right, cool. And you're going to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people, whatever's in there, doing whatever they're doing. Okay. You're going to pop up here. So in an interview, I want to make sure we have a couple things buttoned up. You want to have a good background. You want to have good lighting. You need to be dressed up. You need to be dressed better than everyone on the interview. Okay. So you want to look sharp, good background, good lighting, propped up. Okay. Buy a ring light. What did Ash do that one time? Ash had like a soccer undershirt under his white shirt, and you could see like Adidas or something like through his shirt.
Yeah.
Look sharp. Okay.
How to fix that.
And I also want to say, you know, one other thing. I've had managers do this in the past. They look at who's set for an interview, like if there's like 2 or 3 webs, and they'll like just decide not to run it or mail it in or not run it well. If you have someone that's like not good in an interview, just run a quick pre-screen. But like they showed up to the interview, you got to run the interview for them. Does that make sense? Or as Zach would tell you, you want to run the same interview the exact way every single day. If they're bad, it's your fault. You need more people in the interview. So, you know, they don't deserve a bad interview just because you didn't do your job and set enough people for the interview. Does that make sense?
Are the interviews not one-on-one every time?
No. We just don't have the capacity to be able to do one-on-one interviews. Let me tell you why.
I did a one-on-one interview with Zach. I mean, I interviewed like May 1st.
So
probably wasn't.
let me back up. What he may have done is set you for a Zoom interview because you were recommended by someone, right?
I just posted off of Instagram like he was.
Okay. Why'd you run a one-on-one with Charlie? Just because he was sharp?
Because I was starting up an office with, like, we just promoted everybody. And my theory is that when you're brand new and you're trying to build something up, you have to value conversion above everything else.
Mhm.
I'm going to convert people one-on-one better than I'm going to convert people in a group.
Makes sense.
Personally, I hadn't run interviews in 9 months. So for me to I have to go back and get good interview again. So I ran like 6 a day for like 2 weeks. By the time I was done with that, I was really good again.
Yeah.
So that was the
Makes
2
sense.
reasons. Mainly though was the conversion because
Yeah.
I mean we have a bunch of SMRAs, that's a lot of good people. And
Yeah. If you don't have a ton of applicants, yeah, run them one-on-one. But I mean, we had 380 for the summer that we had to interview. So it's just, and you don't want to spend your time interviewing one-on-one a bunch of webs. But if you have a sharp, like if you have a kid this summer and he's a PR and he's like razor sharp and you can't fit him in any of the interview times, or you just like him so much that you want to run a one-on-one, you run a one-on-one. And I don't think Zach treated you any differently because he's not like, oh my gosh, like seeing Chris, like, oh. He's just like, all right, cool. Yeah, we have a lot of impressive people like you on the
So
team.
y'all know, like that April was literally every PR that I set was one. For in the month of April and the first week of May, because I was just like, I want to make sure that I'm building with the right people.
Yeah.
And I want to convert people. If I'm gonna hire someone, I want to have my best opportunity to convert them.
That takes significantly more effort
A lot more. I was
to
very
do. And that's a smart move as a business owner.
It was so you worked really hard for a couple weeks, so you get a lot of your conversion. You have a great team, and then you don't have to work as hard because you did more work up front. And you have to work.
Yep.
a lot less.
Yep. So good, good point. All right, so pull up the interview. So since we have them in a group, the introduction basically sets up your ability to run a group interview. So, hey, while I've got you on mute, while I set things up, I'll start here in a few minutes. Before we do, go ahead and answer the questions on the screen. You're just going to copy and paste the questions in the chat box. Preferred first name, high school, college. What are you looking to gain from the position? This also gives you some info on students that, you know, like what high school they're from. And you can name drop people and like, oh, do you know so-and-so? Do you know so-and-so? You introduce yourself. And then you cover some basics. So this is the kind of the preamble. Hey, I'll review the position details, what we're looking for. A number of you are present here for this portion. You guys can't see each other for privacy reasons, but I can. So you're all muted. I can see the chat with each of you, but you can only see the chat with me and my assistants. We'll use the chat feature for communication until the end of the interview. So you're letting them know, hey, I'm going to run a group interview. You guys can't see or hear each other. Let's get started. We have a lot of students applying. This is more efficient. Here's why we do this. After the group interview, I'm going to meet with either of you. One of the managers is going to call you for your one-on-one portion of the interview. This is just to cover information. Company, product, market, pay overview. Go to that. Positions are in entry-level customer sales and service. When you're reading a script, same with the Cutco demo, you don't want it to be sing-songy. Okay, you don't want to be like, positions are in entry-level customer sales and service. Basically, that's not a call center position. You'd be working one-on-one with our clients, show up our product line. Well, we do all the sales and marketing for a product called Cutco. It's named for it. You want to actually make this sound and feel like an interview, and feel like you know what you're talking about too. So the green part is our market. The reason we cover this, so part of the interview is to explain the position. Part of the interview is to train them before training to think the right way. You're covering that we do Zoom, virtually or face-to-face, the pay, full-time, part-time, flexible, so you're appealing to everybody. And then there's do you see the sentence that says obviously, starts with obviously? All right. So this is a selling them on fall selling. Hey, gang, obviously during the summer months, most of our students and reps work during summer break and they don't have school and they're looking to work full steam ahead and work as much as humanly possible. But hey, with the economy right now and the job market the way that they are, they're looking to build up their skills, experience, and marketability so they can get a job and get a good one. That means they're conducting 15 to 25 appointments or more. You're saying that summer, but hey, during the fall and spring, what a lot of our students do is they work more part-time. And so you're appealing to the student culture because you don't want to be like, hey, full-time. And then Santi's there like, I'm a high school kid and like, I can't work full-time. This must not be for me. Right. So you're appealing to everybody. I'll edit that. But there is in here, Zach and I are working on adjusting the script to get rid of the video. Just a quick poll. How many of you liked the video? Yes? And Kyle, do you like the video? No? The video. Okay. I want you to understand that there sometimes are unintended consequences. So Graham, you might have gotten a lot of good feedback on the video, but it might have been from a lot of the wrong people. Maybe, I don't know, but think unintended consequences. So if we're playing the video, what are the unintended consequences that might be happening? We're mailing it in. It sounds fake. What else? They do that anyways. The new video is only like 3 minutes. It's not long. Yep.
Just like overall disconnect, like as soon as the video starts, it's like, well, I guess we can do it.
Yeah, I
Yep.
think even with 3 minutes, attention spans usually aren't that long. So once a video starts,
Yep.
immediately start doing something else.
Now my thought is we talk, video, talk. And so it like breaks that up. But Zach and I are digging in on, Zach and I are doing a deep dive on the interview and making sure we have the right script. So one of our projects this week and next is to get a firm like interview that we're going to run as a division. And so that may or may not come with the video. We may completely nix the video. We'll see. But I want to make sure that we have the right divisional program moving forward. Okay. That way you can learn that. You can learn that. You already have it. You can learn it. All the new recruiters can learn it. All right. So the video, the objective is just to give the corporate perspective and get them to answer in the chat. With the recap, okay, the recap re-explains the position. Pretty simple. And then you cut the penny with the shears, explain the product, and then go over experience. Here's what I can tell you from running a lot of interviews. Natural tendency for new recruiters is to go money, 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 money. And while you think that might be what's attracting people, it's not. So you can do that by still hammering the pay, but selling them off the pay and onto the experience. So what I typically do is a phrase like, hey, the pay is great, but most of the reasons why our students work here is for the experience. Let me tell you about the experience. And it's a really experience focused, experience heavy section right here that gets a lot of people really excited. Okay, they're going to come to the job for the experience. They're going to tend to work harder. They're not there like a get rich quick kind of thing. They're actually there to like get experience. You go a little, not fear-based, but it's like there's a section here talking about what percentage of students graduated and got a job in their field in 2019 is 26%. Graduating with an internship in a 3.0, 65%. So there's a whole section of like, this is why we work with students, and it sells them on the fact that we're the best place for students to work. Scroll down, we got the pay. For the pay, the section of the pay, you want to make it very simple. You don't want huge examples. A big new recruiter mistake is to be like, oh yeah, we got this kid Aiden in our office this summer. He made like 20 grand for the summer in like 3 weeks. They don't have context, so they're going to believe that. That does not sound real. So now it sounds fake. So now you're creating a problem. So you want it to be very simple. So I'm not sure Zach's take on this, but you want, you know how like we all say the base pay sucks? These kids are very attracted to the base pay. Okay. And you want to, hey, the base pay is cool. We have an opportunity to earn more, which is even cooler. Great. They're going to come into the training like, hey, I don't know if I'm going to do this, but at least I have the base pay. And during training, you can slowly work them away from the base pay. And then in day 2, when they're back for day 2, you can hammer commission. So it's a slow like build off of the base pay. What you don't want to do is Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, which is base pay is great, base pay is great. And then in training, you're like, all right, cool. Remember I said base pay is great, base pay sucks. Commission's where it's at. Because then you're just completely like bait and switching these kids. So you want it to match up with their expectations, and you want to make sure that your training matches up with the interview. Now, when you guys develop a big office, here's another thing to think about. You need to make sure your recruiters match up with your training. Okay, let me give you an example. If McCall's running interviews in my office, and McCall's like experience, 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 and then they come into my training and I'm like, pay, 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 they're going to drop because they're expecting experience and I'm dropping pay. So you want to make sure that it matches up. So you want to watch your recruiters' interviews, make sure they're doing it the right way. After the pay is how they get started. So this is a big question that kids have is like, where do I get my leads from? How do I get started? Who do I see first? Do you guys see the green there? Those will be your first paid appointments. Okay. So let me role play this with you so you can hear kind of tonality. Everybody watch me. Okay. Cardinal sin of interviewing is saying you. So I'm reading this. It says those would be your first paid appointments. So you don't want to give them the job before they get the job. So this is a big mistake that new recruiters do. Like, oh yeah, Seth, like, yeah, when you start, like your first appointments would be this. And like you start making out 10%, then you get 15%, then you get 50. And once you get there, you get 30%. And it's just you. He already feels like he has a job. He has nothing to work for. So instead of saying you, it's like, hey, Seth, so our reps, when they start, they do blankety blank. Now, if you got the job, your first appointments would be blank. Do you guys see the difference there? All right. So let me role play this. So, assuming you got the position stuff, those would be your first paid appointments. And we let our new reps start off by showing the product to people that they know really well and people they're comfortable with. That usually ends up being like grandparents, parents, neighbors, family, friends. And here's the thought behind it. When somebody's new, they need experience in a comfortable environment, right? So we let them start showing off with people that they know and people they're comfortable with. Second, I work with a ton of high school students and college students who don't know that many 40-year-olds. So they can network through that group, right? And then third, if they mess up, it's not that big of a deal because, like I said, they're getting honest feedback and they're seeing someone they're comfortable with. And then fourth, those people would buy Cutco anyways, so it kind of makes sense for them to buy it from someone that they know versus somebody they got referred to. So does that make sense? All right, great. So that's the tonality of it. And then post-training is the 2 meetings a week. We provide full training. We don't pay for training. Benefits and perks, advancement. Where you need to add the personal touch is with the team. So that's the second bullet point under perks. And then you have them fill out a post-interview application. And then you do the post-interview. Post-interview script is its own thing. We can cover that later. So we're done at 7. Let's take a quick 5-minute break. Before you do that, you need to earn your 5-minute break. Here's how you earn your 5-minute break. You ready? What are the 4 things that you need to do to be a successful manager?
Mastery, that's our SMRA, input, PRs, training, first aid, first training, and then management.
PR game/collection, training/first
Cool.
10-day management.
Does that sound hard, gang?
No.
That's not hard.
That's not
hard.
I can
No.
do that.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
you
so
can.
Graham told me he's going to do 300K from his branch summer. Only? All right, 5-minute break, quick. All right. So assignments, number 1, you need to get your class schedule and syllabus to your manager. Syllabi. Syllabuses.
You definitely still.
Okay. Gang. You need to plan out demos in your schedule. I want you all selling at least $500 a week. If you're not in school, $1,000 a week. Now, you might have an individual agreement with your manager. You can talk to them, but that's the standard I want to hold. I want you guys selling. Because if you don't sell, I know what happens. Come January, you're broke and you put a lot of pressure on yourself. And if the push doesn't go well, you freak out. So you are the most talented people in the entire Virginia Titan division. It does not take a lot for you to sell $500. I want to hold you to it. I want to hold you to selling consistently around school. Kyle, how much did you sell last semester?
35.
35 grand. Okay. Mikhail can do it. He had plenty of time for the casino. He had plenty of fun time. He was in a social fraternity that had some fun. Yeah, it was just 2 months. And very soon here is going to be the SLC push, which is part of your matrix score. And then right after that, it's going to be the Olean push, which is going to be part of your matrix score. Then we've got Olean. And I can tell you from experience that if you let your Olean charges go and you don't sell, you get very negative about it. Okay? And your bank accounts get more negative and more negative and more negative and more negative. And you start to panic and you start doubt creeps in. Okay? So make sure you get sales. Also, another assignment. I want you to get involved in the SMRA program. I want to see you launch at least 1 SMRA each. Let's go. Good. Santi's already completed that assignment. Log it.
I love it.
All right.
Here, take a piece of gum.
Catching on there.
Here, take a piece of gum.
He's trying to, he's trying
Do you want a piece of gum?
No, I'm good. I want to wrap up and.
Sorry, my bad.
I have a 3 in the job.
I'm done, I promise.
You are great.
I got a wedding to get to. So I want you to get at least one SMRA before next TLA. Do we have the date for the next TLA?
September 19th.
September 19th. Yeah, man, I like it. Matrix score just went up, Nick. Yeah, just went up.
+1?
Just went up, +1. All right. And then we're gonna be doing bi-weekly TLAs on Zoom. It's gonna be Tuesday nights. We decide what time on that, Zach?
I thought it was 7 to 8. 7 to 8:30.
I think it was 7 to 8:30 or 7:30 to 9. Hold on. Let me look. 7:30 to 9.
7:30.
Yep.
We're doing it bi-weekly this year, just
We're doing them bi-weekly.
bi-weekly.
7:30.
So our next one is gonna be September 2nd. September 2nd, and then the next one's gonna be on the 16th.
And both of these will be up online.
These will be on Zoom.
7:30
Yeah.
to 9.
7:30 to 9
So we don't have a TLA meeting this coming Tuesday, but next.
We do have one coming this Tuesday.
on the 2nd.
Is next
Okay.
Tuesday.
Who is September 16th?
Yeah, stay away.
Okay. I have one other assignment for you. This is more of a life assignment. This is a core values exercise. It's a list of like 400 words. This is just something to do like at night. And you just cross off the ones that don't mean anything to you. Get a smaller list and keep crossing them off. You want to come down to about 4 or 5 core values. And so I'll drop that, or Zach, can you drop that in the chat? Just a list of core values.
I'm sure I can find it.
All right. Let me wrap this up. You're gonna want to take some notes on this. So one of your assignments is core values. And part of TLA is figuring out who you are and what priorities are a driving force in your life. I think you also need to figure out, and some of you have gotten really, you've gotten better at figuring out who you're not and what you're not budging on and what you're not willing to sacrifice. And I think you need to learn what you're not willing to sacrifice. I think you need to start making decisions that are value-based, which is part of that core values assignment. And I'm seeing, and I saw this summer, too many of you are feeling your way into decisions versus doing what's best for you. And, you know, I heard a lot of like this summer, like, I don't feel good, so I didn't do it. Or I didn't know what to do, so I didn't do it. Or I didn't have a plan, so I didn't do it. I didn't have a script, so I didn't do it. And it's this feeling your way into this indecision and this analysis paralysis that I think really held a lot of people back this summer. And on the flip side, we also had a lot of people that, hey, I didn't have an answer, so I just figured it out. And being a problem solver rather than a problem reporter, I think making a decision and sticking to it, committing to it, is what's going to lead you to success, and something that you need to figure out during the 8 months that we'll be together during TLA. If you get a chance, there's a bunch of really good podcasts on Dan Cassetta's podcast. Yeah, changing lives selling knives podcast. And I was on one of them. One of the things that Steph and I have kind of bonded over is migraines. And I'll tell you, I got into a car accident in 2014, and that turned into rhinitis, which is sinus infection. And that turned into chronic rhinitis and sinusitis, which turned into migraines, which turned into a bad habit of me every night. Basically, when I finished up at the office, I'd go home, I'd pour a little bit of whiskey, and found out I'm allergic to whiskey. Didn't know that, but you know, every night being just waking up with a migraine, going to bed with a migraine, having a migraine all day, like 6 years of it, right? And I was just telling Seth, I was like, dude, if you're getting headaches constantly, just go see a neurologist. Like, enough is enough. Just like fix it, right? You're getting in your own way at this point. And I can say that because I did the same thing. I stubbornly just did not see a neurologist for like 3-4 years, even though my wife was like, you need to see a neurologist. Like, I'll even set up the appointment for you. It's like, I'm fine. And then we were talking about Excedrin and rebound headaches, and like I was taking Excedrin every day. I was just doing anything I could to like feel better. One of the things that was constant in my life was the migraines. The other thing that was constant was I showed up for everything that I had to do, no matter how I felt. I remember running trainings where I couldn't see out of one of my eyes. And you could tell I wasn't feeling good, but like I faked it as best I could. Life doesn't stop. It's not about what's happening to you, it's how you respond to it. It's not bailing on things. It's following through with what you say you're going to do. It's being committed. And I think another sad reality of your generation, we talked about this with the CBI part, is I think your generation is so afraid of looking stupid by failing that they don't even take risks. They're so risk adverse and they're so afraid of looking silly in front of their peer group that they just don't do anything. And they have these lofty goals, but they don't do anything about it. So I value autonomy. I said I value being a problem solver versus a problem reporter. In your offices this summer, this fall, this spring, a great quote, I heard this from Al D, our CEO, was you want to be a fire starter, not a firefighter in your office. A fire starter, not a firefighter. And this summer, and this fall, and this spring, I think you need to realize that you're going to fail and failing is okay. And you're also going to need to make sacrifices for what you want. Some of them are going to be small sacrifices, some of them are going to be big sacrifices. Graham, it's early in TLA, and you already got to have one of those changing conversations with Vicky, right? Being able to make a small sacrifice for the larger picture, larger goal, eyes on the prize. So for sacrifices for TLA, you're going to have to make sacrifices this summer. If you run a branch or a district office, you're going to have to make sacrifices. You're an AM or a DOM in the office. And I think like missing a trip or two, missing a class or two, making sure you plan ahead for your homework, missing a party or two, making sacrifices to be somewhere when, you have other things going on is going to be a reality. So I want to encourage you guys to take some time tonight or tomorrow and journal on what we went over today, what your goals are, what commitments you're going to make, and what commitments you're going to need to follow through with. And just to wrap things up, told you guys this at the beginning of training. When we look at this timeline, literally you're going to blink and you're going to be turning the keys into your branch office or your district office, or it's going to be summer. It's going to be May 1st in your office in your territory as an assistant manager or DOM. So we just finished the first TLA. Proud of you guys. And we wrapped up 7 minutes early, which is great. So Zach is going to take the squad to Buzz and Ned's barbecue. If you haven't been there, it is amazing. I know some of you have plans for after TLA. You made some sacrifices to be on. I appreciate you. Zach appreciates you. And what else do we have going on? Olean signups, assignments that I just gave you.
Maker,
Yeah, just a homemaker. You can bonus everything.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Kitchens will set and chairs you can bonus.
Charlie, Audrey, we'll see you next time. We'll see you on Tuesday the 2nd, 7:30. See you.
Homemaker and you bonus off.